What up, everybody? Welcome back to the cafe. Great to see you all here again. Happy Saturday. It is July 6th, 2024. And here we go again, guys. I was sick yesterday as a dog, and I will explain. But thank you again for joining me today. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you on this Saturday. Again, July 6th, 2024. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July. I hope you all are having a great weekend. I kind of am now. Not yesterday so much, which is why you didn't see me yesterday. One of these days. In fact, I think tonight we might make up for the Paranormal Friday and do it tonight, guys, a little bit later on. So welcome. I'm sore, guys. I spent all day yesterday, all day, and I mean all day, from about 11 a.m. till about 10 last night, throwing up. I got food poisoning, and I can't figure out if it was from a piece of fish or from coleslaw. Either way, it was rough. I thought I wasn't gonna make it. I truly thought I wasn't going to make it. It was bad stuff. So it's out of my system. And here I are. And here we are. So welcome back, guys. I still feel a little funky, but I didn't want to miss a whole day with you guys. So here I are. And here you are. Thank you guys for coming through the door. Finding a place. Please, guys, please make sure that you hit that like button on the way through so that you can get this. We can get this up in the algorithm. Please, 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 please. I appreciate that so very much. We got 164 awesome peeps in here and 71 likes. So we're getting there little by little. And I ran out of coffee. I was having a bad day all the way around yesterday. Oh, I see. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. That's why I just figured we could do an open discussion, call in, open panel, whatever it is. There's so much stuff going on, as always. So it is what it is. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you, Sherry. Good Lord Almighty, thank you. I think it might have helped because honest to God, I slept most of the day. I my aunt's uncle was here from Alabama visiting for 2 weeks. He left the day after the 4th because he had to be back for something. Okay. But before he left, there's a place we have here. It's called Sunrise, and they have the best pizza on the planet. And oh, Cluey. Anyway, they got really good fish too. So I got a fish sandwich. He wanted to buy everybody lunch before he left, so be it. You know what I mean? So he did. And hold on a minute, folks. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing over here. I almost forgot how to use this damn thing. Okay. And I ate and I was fine and everything tasted fine. That's the weird thing. I can usually tell if something ain't good by the way it tastes. I think it was more the coleslaw than the fish, to be honest with you. But anyway, so I ate. It was hotter than hell again yesterday. I came into the air, sat down. I started getting a headache in the back of my head back here. Bad. Okay, so I laid down. I woke up about 2 hours later and the headache was 10 times worse. I was covered in sweat and we have air in our house. Everything was, everybody else was freezing and I'm wrapped in a blanket, hot and cold, same time. Went upstairs, went to the bathroom, came back down. I couldn't see. I was dizzy and I was just like weird, everything clammy, all sorts of crap. And I'm sitting there and my wife goes and she's like, maybe your sugar's too high or something like that. And it wasn't any more than normal. So I'm drinking water. As soon as I ingested that water, my stomach went and I felt something. And this was probably about 3 hours after I ate that food, maybe 4. I said, I'm going to get sick. And she ran to me with the garbage can and it just all came out, guys. All came out. I don't know how, what, or why. And I was done. And I laid back my head on the couch where I was sitting after that. And my headache started going away. And I laid back down. Or actually, I fell asleep sitting there after that because it was rough. I'm sore as hell today. When I throw up, guys, it's like the end of the world. It's crazy. It's not that some easy stuff. But anyway, I'm sure you guys don't want to hear about that. But anyhow, I fell asleep for about 3 hours. She came in and woke me up and said, honey, don't you need to do a stream? And I was like, I don't think I can. And I dozed back off for a little bit after that. I think it was another hour. Got up. I was good. It was crazy. So thank you. But here, I didn't want to do anything late last night because I was still shaky and all that fun stuff, So it is what it is. I think it's out though. I'm sorry. I'm done talking about the gross stuff. Sorry, SRB. Speaking of peoples, welcome, Alicia J. Good to see you. Doodlebug, always a pleasure, my dear. Carl Ferguson, welcome back. Miss Kells, great to see you. Alicia J. Crime and Chaos with Keisha, welcome to you. Ants Carter, good to see you. Kaluminati, welcome, dear. You can check Discord. Miss Sherry, thank you for being here. Ava Hackshaw, thank you for joining us. Sharon Gibson, great to see you. Odin Girl, welcome back to you. CZ, what's going on with you? Good to see you. Noelle, welcome back. Miss Kim Marin, always a pleasure, dear. Good to see you today. Whispers in the Shadow, welcome and good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Bama Girl, roll tide. Bayou Babe, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Senny and Big Al, what is going on? And welcome to you. Good to see you today. Miss Brandy B, the OG in the house. Good to see you, Brandy. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Moni in the middle. I see you. Good to have you here. Good to see you. I'm not even going to respond to that clue. Not even responded to that. Music City Mom 2, welcome to you. Kaylee, good to see you. Always a pleasure. SRB, great to have you here, dear. Teresa S, welcome back to you. Evie Marie, always a pleasure. I appreciate the kind words from all you guys. Simply Solo, hello to you and welcome. Metamoms in the house, welcome to you. Good to see ya. Genealogy Gypsy, welcome back. Great to see you. Meta Mom, Christy, good to see you. True Seeker, hey, hey, welcome back to you. Canadian Nana, welcome back. Jade Lotus, great to see you. Miss Kimberfoot, good to see you too. T2014's in the house. Steven's Adventure, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I'm almost there. I think I might have got almost everybody. Shay, welcome back. El Bariqua, good to see you. Jen Trex, welcome, welcome. Lisa Balejo, always a pleasure. I think that's. Hold up. Kaylee, the Misfit Pariah's in the house. Great to see you. All right, let's see who we got down here. Oof. Okay. Hello, hello. Stan Leon, welcome to you. Aquarian One, welcome. Girl Next Door, great to see you. Lady Creations, thank you for joining us. Courtney Marie, great to see you. Robert Bell, Susan McMillan, out of the UK, welcome to you. Jean Spratt, Mama P, welcome back. Green Goddess 420, great to see you today. World Peace, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And hello, Clue, thank you for joining me up here.
Sup?
Sup? What you up to?
Nothing. We were swimming earlier and got out and thought a dang helicopter was about to crash into the house. It was so loud. We're on the back porch and I'm like, what the hell is that? And he walks through the gate to the front, looking where he can see the front of the house. He's like, that's a dang helicopter, like right above the road.
What was they doing?
I thought they was crashing.
Yeah, we for real thought they were about to crash, but he was apparently spraying the field across the road.
For mosquitoes?
I don't know what the heck I never really saw anything come out of the bottom of the helicopter. I didn't even know helicopters could spray like that, but he might be over there practicing. Heck, I don't know.
I mean, usually we've had helicopters spray for mosquitoes out here, but it's usually these little Cessna planes that do it.
That's yeah. This guy was just. I put a video up on my channel just now. A
Okay.
short. You could see like this. We're standing in the front yard taking the video.
Is it on your
Like he.
community page or your actual channel?
No, it's on the channel. He's literally coming like halfway across the front yard and spinning around and then diving, like nose diving back across the road. I mean, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Maybe he was practicing.
That's what I said. I'm like, well, maybe he's practicing. Like, I've just never seen nobody driving a helicopter like that ever.
Maybe he was learning. Could have been
That,
that too.
yeah, I mean, because we do have an airport here, a little tiny airport, but
Let's see what we got here.
here it comes. You were like, crazy fucker. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I cursed. I didn't either. I was like, yo.
Thought the motherfucker was crashing.
He might be coming back.
He is.
Somebody said maybe they were looking for little EBT. Yeah. I didn't even know they could spray.
Does have now before it's too late and we're already.
You're muted.
Sorry, it's a sprayer for sure. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I'll show
I
you
didn't
where
know.
it's at.
I didn't know what they
Okay, if you
were.
look on either side of it over here, you can see these little thin things that come out of the side. They're spraying out of the sides of them. It's coming out both sides of it. Damn.
Nice. Do I see them?
What's that?
What'd you say?
There's. Did you see them? There are these little thin rails that come out where the landing gear is, right across
Yeah,
the
we
bottom.
saw them. We just never saw them actually spray, right?
Yeah, well, he might have sprayed over there before he turned around, and that might be why he flipped around. Like it did look like it was about to crash, though. I think he was trying to turn around, do a quick turn, and go back and spray back where he was. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there they are.
He was like, yeah, like he was literally, if he'd have lost control, bro, he'd have been inside our living room. You know what I mean?
I
That's
mean,
why
the
I was
way
like, whoa.
right, the way he flipped around like that. Yeah, there's the rail right there on the bottom. You see it there now. So I don't know if you guys got mosquitoes. They spray for mosquitoes real bad here, and ticks too.
Odin girl, that's just wrong.
Maybe they were helping to drop off all of that's not wrong. That's actually
Packages
funny.
from shopping.
See a guy sitting up there. It reminds me of that video from remember WKRP in Cincinnati, Cletus?
Yeah.
When they were doing the turkey giveaway and they were throwing turkeys at people, just dropping them.
Yep.
What?
Oh my god, it was hilarious. They were trying to. It was a TV show from back in the 70s and 80s, and then they decided to give away free turkeys from the radio show. Is what the TV show was based off of. Hey, Butterfly, and so they started dropping turkeys to people, and they were going through windshields and hitting people and knocking people down, and they were just dropping them left and right. It was hilarious, but that's what the helicopter flying like that reminded me of.
Out of a helicopter they dropped them?
Yes. Yeah.
Is there video of this? Because that would be amazing to watch.
It was on the TV show. If I could find the link for it and stuff, I'll show it to you. I don't think you can actually see like the turkeys hitting anything, but they give you the effect that it's happening because you hear people screaming and yelling, and then they're reacting to it. It was hilarious. Really was. Yes, it was WKRP in Cincinnati. Exactly. SRB. It was probably the best episode they ever had because the people in the show were flipping out and they were reacting to it. It was good. But anyway, that's what reminds me of that helicopter. But that's the same kind of sprayer we had here when they were dealing with mosquitoes. I think it was 2 years ago. We had them so bad they came out and sprayed everybody. I'm sure that's what they were really doing, but they're probably some mind erasing type shit they were spraying for us. Who knows? So
You were sick yesterday on the toilet all day.
I was horrible. Nope, I didn't have that problem. It's weird. It just came out this way.
Oh.
It was bad. And I mean, I'm sore all up through here now, and it feels like I got into a fight. It was bad though. And
I hate getting sick. Like I really do.
So do I. I think I've had food poisoning one at a time. And this was rough. It hit me like within an hour, about 45 minutes of eating what I ate. And I think it was coleslaw. It was either coleslaw or the tartar sauce because I mean, you can eat fish raw unless, I don't know. It was one of those two things because it was bad. I spent that whole day doing that and sleeping and doing that and sleeping. Welcome, Anna. I think the turkeys were frozen, which is why it became so dangerous. Welcome, Liz. Drown out the drama. Good to see you. Hello.
But that's going live.
I heard. I talked to Truth a little bit ago. You guys both asked me if I was okay at the same time, which I appreciate from both of you. And then I talked to him. I think you were on somebody's panel when I called into the Discord. So, yeah, I heard. It can one of two things. It's either going to be more drama, or maybe he'll just talk about Sebastian, and that'll be that.
Mm-hmm.
We could all hope for that. I heard I missed stuff. He told me yesterday, or that I missed stuff from yesterday. It's like every time I leave for a day, all the drama hits the fan, which is I'm kind of glad. I don't want to be seeing this stuff, but it is what it is. Maybe that
Yesterday, I don't really consider yesterday drama. It was just like maybe a little bit, but I confronted Julia on the panel about
I heard, yeah.
that planning evidence stuff, and she sent me some screenshots, and I don't know, whatever. There's so many players in this case that it's.
So what's the outcome with that now?
She sent me 2 text messages in between her and Terry Lynn. Nothing that proved her claim, right, that they were going to plant evidence or something. But what's the rest of the conversation? You know what I mean?
Sure, I got you. This is just so stupid anymore. It really is. Come on now. Plant evidence on you, involving
Or,
you.
yeah, absolutely. Because what I do find funny is Terry Lynn, and I'm going to show the whole damn conversation next time I
Mm-hmm.
go on, but Terry Lynn makes it very apparent that she knows my full name and address. And I'm like,
Interesting. Very what like why can none of these people focus on what the issue at hand is? Everybody's so worried about everybody else now. Nobody even seems to care that this child's still missing. Nobody. Obviously, except for, the other parents that aren't involved in any of this. Now, like I said, if he's going live tonight, we shall see what he talks about, and that'll tell its own story, in my opinion.
well, his description said, I, Seth Rogers, am going to talk about Sebastian or something like that. We'll be talking about Sebastian. Yeah.
Well, I hope so. I hope he does. I hope he does. This is so insane. I still can't believe this turned into what it did. I mean, I'm not completely surprised, but I kind of am, to be honest with you. I've never seen anything go this far. Jesus Christ. Welcome, Groot. Good to see you. Mom's in the house. Hello, Mom. Thank you, Kels. I'm hot as hell, guys. It's 100 and hell degrees here again. So, and I was out in the yard and realized I think I better go live because I haven't since yesterday. So, welcome, Snowy 470. Cletus. Hello. I forgot to say hi. I forgot to say hello to you last time you got butt hurt, so I didn't want to do that. So,
The fuck were you saying anyway? What did you say
I said, huh?
before that?
Hell, I don't know.
You said, like, what's did he scare you or something?
I don't know. Fuck. I don't get butt hurt. There you go.
it was a joke. I know better. Kind of, jokingly. Hello, Kiki. Believe me, I know. It's all good. Just me, Karen. DHABC. Good to see you as well. And my Glenda. Terry Martin. See all you guys popping in here now. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you. What the hell did I just say? I appreciate you. There we go. I appreciate you. Best of me. Good to see you. And that goes to you too, Clue. Bonnie. Hello, Miss Bonnie. Good to see you today. I don't know. We're going to Trish Crow. Hello. I don't know, guys. I missed yesterday. When I miss a day, I like to kind of just come in and do an open thing, call in, this and that, whatever, and just catch up. That's all. I'll probably do my thing tonight and then be back to the norm by Monday.
What'd you
Hopefully.
do on the 4th?
We talked to him that night.
We did?
I did a live on the fort. You were in here for a little bit, remember?
That night.
I'm sorry. All the days are going together right now, okay?
This is all good. I get it. 3M Farm, rainy days, healing time, Jaguars and hooligans, welcome walks with dogs. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us today.
What even is today?
The 6th. Saturday.
Today is the 6th,
Oh, okay.
Saturday. I did the same thing. Remember, me and you were like off by a day, thought it was Wednesday when it was
Yep.
Tuesday, and blah, blah. Yeah, I've been that way since then.
I'm still not right at either. Like, I'm really not.
That's why I had to do the date when I did my intro to the intro. I wanted to make sure I knew what the hell I was talking about first.
Like, I
I
took
got
my
you.
medicine on the wrong damn day. That's how convinced I was that it was freaking Wednesday.
Absolutely. JCC, hello and welcome. Coca-Cola. Welcome everybody else. Like I said, if I didn't get you, don't take it personal, guys. I will catch up to you. So what did you guys go? Did you do a live last night or anything or?
I hadn't been live. Shoot. I don't know how long it's been.
Gotcha. Andy C, hello. Don DeGraff, it's been a couple days for you, I think. Then Gene Spratt,
It
welcome.
has.
Thank you, Gene.
I don't need to go live when everybody's talking about me. You know what I mean? Y'all can do it for me.
Right. I gotcha. Still doing that then, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord. I think. Oh, I do have an update on this one. From the escaped inmate.
Yeah.
You guys remember that Billy Fletcher guy? I think the other guy is still missing though. Which is sad. Mr. Birchfield. Let's see what they say here.
News Channel 11.
Thanks for tuning in to News Channel 11 at 11. I'm Ansley Daniel with breaking news tonight. Deputies from the Greenville, South Carolina Sheriff's Office have located and arrested Carter County escaped inmate Billy Fletcher. Fletcher was the center of a search after he had walked off his work detail from the Carter County Detention Center last month. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division says they received a tip about where he was. Deputies found him and arrested him without incident. He will be held at the Greenville County Detention Center on a fugitive from justice warrant until Carter County extradites him. Earlier this week, the Carter County Sheriff's Office confirmed the case of missing man Victor Birchfield and Fletcher are now being investigated as related incidents. Fletcher reportedly walked off his work detail on June 20th. Birchfield was officially reported missing a day later. Anyone with information on Birchfield's whereabouts is asked to call the Carter County Sheriff's Office or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
This wasn't new. This was from a few days back. I think I have a video of the actual arrest, where they caught the dude. Yep, right here. Hold on a minute.
An escaped Tennessee inmate was arrested right here in the upstate. Officials say Billy Fletcher walked off his work detail in Carter County, Tennessee last month, and days later he was spotted.
Did this idiot walk right up to the cruiser like, hey, what's up? Good Lord. Or they probably called him over.
Here in the upstate. Last night, he was arrested on Sulphur Springs Road in Greenville County. And deputies in Tennessee say Fletcher could be connected to this missing man, Victor Birchfield. His daughter reported him missing back on June 21st. And tonight, Fox Carolina's Anna Arender is speaking with Birchfield's daughter following the escaped inmate's arrest.
Well, Tiffany Cole says that when she got the call yesterday that Billy Fletcher had been arrested, she said she went through a whirl of emotions. Her brain says that this is a victory, but her heart is still very broken because she's still not sure where her dad is. Fletcher was found at the Fuel Max gas station near Sulphur Springs Road. At the start of this video, Fletcher, you can see him crossing the street into the parking lot of the gas station. And you see one deputy pull into the lot, followed by several others. It did not take him long, though, to get handcuffed, searched, and put in the car. Fletcher seemed to go without any struggle, spending the night at the Greenville County Detention Center. And just a few hours ago, Fletcher did go before a judge. There were not many words exchanged between the two in court. However, he was extradited immediately back to Tennessee, and paperwork had to be signed for that. And we do know that he was questioned by authorities earlier in the day. What those questions are, we don't know, but Victor Birchfield is still missing, and Fletcher is the key to finding where he is. I spoke with Tiffany again, asking her how she's feeling about all of this, checking in on her and her family. This is what she had to say.
They're scared. They want their Pethel back. And I think, we lost my mom 3 years ago to brain cancer. That was something that, not that you prepare yourself for, but we knew was coming. I think this has been such a blow, such a shock that I don't know that any of us have processed it. But they're still trying to smile and play and shooting fireworks last night. We're all just kind of in silence looking up at them, and I knew that every single one of us was just hoping that Papa was somewhere watching them too.
Tiffany says there are searches happening each and every day for her dad, not just in Tennessee, but also in the Carolinas. Now, if you have any information on his whereabouts, maybe you've seen somebody matching his description, please call 911 immediately.
I think there's another scenario with Mr. Birchfield. Sadly, I think.
What do you mean?
I think they found remains that they believe might be his. Sadly. I'm checking now to see if let me see here. I don't know. It's not been clarified yet, and I don't want to put something out until I get clarification that the family has said that. So once I do, that's different. But
did you see the update on that girl they found here in the woods?
Was she 17?
No, there's a 17-year-old in jail.
Okay, I heard a little bit of something about hold on, I think it might be this one. That's the body they found at the intersection?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what this is. That's pretty crazy too. Yep, right here. Yeah, here we go. The hell is going on? Hendersonville, calm down.
Yeah, I don't know.
News this morning, Hendersonville police have arrested a person in connection to the missing girl who was found dead earlier this week.
Yeah, so police are saying the suspect is a 17-year-old. So earlier this week, a subcontractor with TDOT found the remains of 17-year-old Trinity Bostic in a small wood line in Hendersonville while picking up trash. They discovered the remains in that small wood line near Vietnam Veterans Boulevard by New Shackle Island Road. Bostic was originally reported as a runaway teen. Police say the 17-year-old, whose identity has not yet been released, is being held in the Sumner County Jail on first-degree murder charges. Of course, as we learn more, we'll pass that information along to you on air and online.
Wow. I wonder if this was a jealousy thing.
Yeah.
They were both 17. And the one was a runaway. The other, that girl did not look like somebody that would run away. I'll say that much. But nowadays, you can tell she had to. But yeah, I agree with Whispers. It had to have happened after they went looking for Sebastian, because they would have found it then, right?
Well, that's the weird part, because I swear, if I'm not mistaken, what date did she go missing? 3 days after, maybe?
I think so, yeah. The 29th, was it? Or
yeah, that's what I thought, on February 29th, which that's crazy because it's really not that far from his house.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I guarantee they searched that area when they did the search for him twice.
Right.
So it must have happened not too long ago that she ended up there. Welcome, Patsy Crime. I love just saying your name. AK, I don't know really what you're talking about, bro, but try to bring it down a little bit if you can. Appalachian Granny family has confirmed it's okay. So I'm guessing that if they did, I didn't see it in here yet, but that they did confirm that he's been found, sadly. That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Brandon Sutton, welcome. Lori Fax, good to see ya. She was reported missing from Macon County on June 2. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Thank you, Mom.
Because I don't know how far from here, but
Macon County, I don't know anything about that stuff, but
It's about 20 minutes from here.
what cities would that be?
Lafayette.
Okay, gotcha.
20 minutes from here.
So I wonder if she got a ride from somebody and something bad happened and they just dumped her. That's Jesus, 17 years old. I just can't get past that another 17-year-old was involved. I mean, I can. Right. Kids these days are nuts, but I don't know. Convicted counselor from Dayton. Welcome. Good to have you here. Another Ohioan. We got a lot of people from Ohio in here, guys. I'm really, really impressed with that. Didn't think anybody would come in here. Halo 1 Alina. Good to see you.
I wish they'd put out info on this little 17-year-old boy or girl. Because they didn't say if it was a guy or girl, did they?
They just said 17. I think they said 7. No, they did say a girl. 17-year-old girl.
Is in custody?
Yeah, I believe. Let me back it up and double check to be sure.
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure that's what I could be wrong. I have been. Hold on.
Hendersonville police have arrested a person in connection to the missing girl who was found dead earlier this week.
Yeah, so police are saying the suspect is a 17-year-old. So earlier this week, a subcontractor with TDOT found the remains.
Nope, they just said 17. They didn't say male or female. So it could be a male then, which would be a little more, it would make a little bit more sense than, I could have swore they said girl though. That's crazy.
I mean, it could have been either or in my opinion. Like,
right.
I wish we knew, you know what I mean?
I think because they're a minor, they can't put any info out until it goes to indictment or whatever. She has been arrested, 17, and she killed the 17. And what is going? Yes, they arrested. They said, yeah, but is it a 17-year-old? This is the girl that they found right here. She ran away from home, supposedly. And Trinity Bostic's remains found earlier. Okay. The victim is 17 as well. A boyfriend, maybe, Jerry Boberry. Thank you, Mom. Speaking of which, hold on. Is this any different than what I had already? Let me see. Hold up. All right. Check Discord, Mom, if you will. Hendersonville, 17-year-old male. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
A 17-year-old male from Westmoreland has been arrested for the murder of Trinity Bostic, according to the Hendersonville. Thank you, Mom. He is charged with first-degree murder. HPD did not identify the teen. The suspect is being held in Sumner County Detention. Trinity's funeral. Okay, good stuff. Thank you again, Mom. So, 17, capital, if it's first degree, they can charge him as an adult, right?
I believe so.
I hope so.
Oh, I want to know who it is. Hold on, I'm about to do.
Yeah, I hope they do, because you need to go to big boy prison, not little boys. Just saying. Thanks, Mom, and welcome. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing good.
He's from Westmoreland.
Yep. Is that close to you guys too, Westmoreland?
Yeah, actually, baby Clue used to go to school there, so she would know the person undoubtedly.
Gotcha. They said that they will be seen in adult court. Then yeah, they're trying.
Oh,
That's good. Good to hear.
good. We're going to find out who it is. I just texted somebody. I was like, what you know about this?
Well, if they're gonna try him in an adult as an adult, won't they release the name at that point then?
That's what I'm saying. Why don't they just, if they're going to try him as an adult, then why not just release their name?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me, Mom?
Yep. Can you hear me?
There we are. We missed you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I had to take a break. Periodically I have to take a breather.
I don't blame you. It's been insane. I promise. I think that was another
overload.
Yeah, divine intervention for me yesterday, getting sick because of all this crazy shit that happened lately. So yes, I get it. Welcome back, though. I'm glad to have you back.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I have to take a break because I'll end up running my mouth and making a whole ass of myself.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Aaron B, good to see ya. Mayhem, welcome. April Wine. Wait a minute. What's crazy is there hasn't been any info on the 19-year-old. Wait, there's a 19-year-old too?
That's the guy from Illinois, right? Wasn't he 19?
Are you talking about the guy from Illinois, April, or you meant in relation to this case we were just talking about? Niece, good to see you today. Welcome, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. Are you meaning that case, April?
That boy they arrested for that girl they found in the woods was a 17-year-old from Westmoreland.
Does she know? Does she know this little girl?
Nah, this girl, if she's from Macon County, she's from like Lafayette, and we don't spend a lot of time out there.
I gotcha. Okay.
We definitely have spent time in Westmoreland, that area, right?
Gotcha. Let's see. News Nation did an article Friday. Today is okay, Kath. Thank you very much. I will look into that. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm a little slow today with things. Like that took a lot out of me. I ain't lying. I'm still weak. I'm not lying. When I do that, it's like the sink, my toenails, anything else that's around comes out. I'm really loud and it's obnoxious when I do it. It's crazy. Especially that it was violent. So it takes a lot out of you, and I apologize. I'm kind of trying to put things back together. So welcome WNC Granny. Welcome everybody. I appreciate you guys very much. Did you have a good 4th of July, Mom?
It was all right. I had smoke bombs. The baby's in West Virginia, so I just went and got what makes me happy and set off smoke bombs. And my dogs are OG 4th of Julyers, so they like to chase bottle rockets and stuff. So we didn't go that route this year. I just terrorized them with smoke bombs.
My kid, one of my twins, Junie's dad, bought some of those mortars. We have a place around here that sells. Oh yes, I was sick yesterday, guys. I got food poisoning from either a piece of fish or some coleslaw, and it was a rough day. Carl says, "What time is Seth's show tonight?" I do not know, sir. I can try to find.
I know it's 9:00 here.
So it would be
8 Central.
Okay.
No, 10 Central. Sorry.
I think we're an hour ahead of you, right?
So it'd be 10 Eastern.
We're
Eastern.
It would be 8 Eastern.
Yeah.
9 you guys and 10 Central. Gotcha.
No,
hey,
that's backwards.
Look, it's at 9:00 Central Time, 10:00 Eastern.
There you go.
There we go. I don't know why I'm gonna have to get make a chart and stick it in front of me. That way I know the time thing. Sorry, folks.
You guys are just always an hour behind us. So like
the thing that's what I struggle with is like because Molly's in Idaho and I'm always 2 or 3 hours either behind her. That's why I struggle with the Idaho hearings. Ugh. Danielle Mora just said he posted for 7 p.m. Captain Jenks, what's up, brother? 10 p.m.
Oh,
New
and he
Jersey
moved
time.
it.
I'm about to just go look and be done with it. Hold on.
Yeah, because
That's all I'm gonna do.
what?
That's all I'm gonna do. Hold on a minute.
Seth is going live on his channel.
Yes.
Ooh, this should be interesting.
What is
Which-
his channel called again?
Oh,
At Seth Rogers.
I don't know.
Or did he change it? Wait, I think this is it right here. That is, I found it. 10 p.m. at 10 p.m. it's scheduled for. Hold on, I'll show you guys real quick.
Yeah, so it's 9
it is.
here, 10 for y'all. Okay.
It'll be 10 for me, and yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
That's a pretty good thumbnail for somebody that doesn't YouTube.
Girl, I said the same thing. I said the exact same thing.
Yeah, his stuff has been pretty interesting. There's a link for it for those of you that want to see it. That's really good, actually.
She said it's a really good thumbnail for someone who don't do social media.
Right? It is. Clue. Look at that. That's a fancy thumbnail.
I know.
It's really good. Those are great pictures of Sebastian too. I like that. And it says Sebastian Wayne update Tennessee. I hope it is. I really hope it is nothing but that. I will be great. Be great.
The rumor is that Tony and Betty are going to be on there with him.
Oh Lord.
I don't even know if I can watch that, to be honest with you, because I'll get
Jinx.
I'm tired of throwing up already. It's been 2 days, Oh, by
Betty
the way, I want to discuss something real quick. Somebody sent me something. I guess my name has been tagged to somebody somebody tagged something about my name being offensive to them. I apologize for that. This is my nickname that I had all through middle and high school. So,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it was somebody's offended by my name, said I shouldn't have my flag next to it because I'm Italian, blah, 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 so on and so forth.
Bro.
It was never offensive, guys. There's a couple other words that can be offensive, okay? But it was never an offensive thing when I was a kid. My uncles, my dad, my grandfather, my cousins, it was just a word thrown around. It was never offensive, but some people can take it that way. And if you do, my apologies. This has been my nickname since I was 13, 14 years old. They called me forever. That's why we did this. Initially, the channel was the Dago Dad and the Kid, because it was me and Caden together doing something. And that was that. So it just stuck. So if anybody was offended, my apologies. That's all I can say. Oh, hey, Granny. Good to see you there. That was me. A commenter brought it up. I defended it. Could be your name, nickname, etc. And don't imagine. Of course not. Ever. Never, ever, ever. All my friends go, hey, where's the Dago at? Hey, Dago. What? Yeah, I mean, that's who I was called forever. You know what I mean? So when it sticks, it sticks. There's nothing I can do about it. When I got to high school, I got a couple other people called me Gaudy for a while, and I thought that was a little too much, and I didn't like that. If you're going to call me something, call me that. If you're calling me a wop or a guinea, we're going to talk about that. That's different, okay? Dago is Dago. It is what it is. But thank you, Granny. I appreciate that. So anybody that was offended, my apologies. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not going to apologize for it again because I didn't name myself that. Somebody else did. About 300 other people did. So nitpick all you want, folks. Whoever was upset about it, that's all I can say. So I just wanted to approach that before I forgot about it again. Either way, welcome, Nursery Ken, AH, good to see you. Snowflakes Nightmare, good to see you. I get it. Yeah, I know, and you guys are all right. It's just frivolous bullshit. People want to nitpick about everything, so it's fine. Curious, most people that are Italian are not offended, but somebody wants to tear it apart. I'm quite a bit Italian, folks. I'm related to quite a few Italians too. It's thrown away out around my family like you wouldn't believe. Okay. And I named myself that on here, not somebody else. So I'm offending myself, if that's the way you want to look at it, which is kind of dumb, but just saying.
This is crazy. I'm sorry.
It's ridiculous. I agree. Thank you so much, Mayhem. I appreciate that. Super chat. very much. People want to nitpick everything. I mean, it is what it is. All I can say, I'm not saying it with all due respect, get over it. That's all I can say. Cheesy. Hey, Chooch, what's up? That was good. That was good. There you go. There you go. Let's get offensive, right? No. There's so many nicknames people give each other and have for different nationalities and each other. Come on now. That's good though. Cheesy. I like
I don't
that.
know what that means.
It's another thing. Italian thing. But like I said, if somebody threw out that stupid Whopper, you damn guinea or something, that's a different story. But this was my nickname, okay? You know? What's up, Drifty? There's your sister, Mom.
There's my sister. Hello.
That's a lot of people have said that to me, Casual. Stop defending it. I can't imagine you not being Dago. You guys want to call me Joe? Call me Joe. Or
No.
Joe
No,
or
that's
Joey.
fine.
That you can call
I
me. See, that's what I
refuse.
said. Most people don't want to do that. I've given that option for a long time, right? Nope. People are like, I can't call you. I can't not call you Dago. So it is what it is. Leslie,
What if
good
I
to
went
see
by my first name? How much fun would that be? You know, come on.
Right. And same with Clue. I could call. I know her name, but I couldn't call her that. It
No,
just doesn't,
I'm
it doesn't
with
feel
you.
right. It don't feel right. Do you know what I mean? What the hell? Oh wow. See, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. Thanks, Leslie. This is exactly the inappropriateness of these things. Thank you, Senny. All you guys. Butterfly, Dago. Okay. See? Holly Walnuts, Joey. I was called Joey Bananas by a couple people because I used to be crazy when I would drink. But it is what it is. This is insane right here, but I'm not surprised. There you go, folks. Thank you, Leslie. Can you see it? Hold on. Hold on a minute.
Huh?
I just thought the world got past all this shit years ago.
Most of the world did, in my opinion, but there are still some who just
There.
need a reason.
How about that?
Get the fuck out of here.
The inappropriateness is just too much to me sometimes.
Hold
I
on.
gotta say.
I got to go see. I got to.
I'm just saying, like every time there's something that you gotta attach to it that's inappropriate. Come on now, bro. Grow up. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Leslie. No point in it. No point at all. Anyway. I probably should, Butterfly. I probably should, but it is what it is. Jesus. I get it. Oh my God. My real name? Yeah. Can you imagine the names I was called through my whole life? Why do you think I don't like Sloppy Joes? My last name was even better because my last name's Mayoris. Nobody could ever say it, and they would butcher it. So they just had fun with it and would call me mayonnaise ass, my sore ass, all sorts of things. So it is what it is. My name is Dago or Joe or Joey or whatever you want to call me, but you
Did you
choose
say
and pick.
my sore ass?
Yes, I was. My last name is Mayoras. Say that real fast.
Saurus. They go to Saurus.
It's Mayoris. I mean, Leslie just sent that to me, and it looks like it's the same profile.
It's there.
Is it really?
Yep, I just went and screenshot it.
What is wrong with you? Like, you know, everybody in the world is attacking you because you are inappropriate at times. That's one of the biggest things people have with you, and you're going to put that out.
But that's not. Hold on. That's not him, though.
What do you mean?
That's not set. That it may be in his live.
That's his name. Beside of that,
I understand, but that's not his YouTube account. That is not.
It's got the notification on. It's got his backdrop. Is
look it up on there.
I'm telling you that.
Oh yeah, because it is different.
It's rapper or whoever, right? Because that same account has come
That's
into
right.
your
That's
live
right.
saying the same shit.
So who?
I blocked him.
He's about to look and make sure that it's actually. I don't think it is because I think his says Seth R. Rogers dash yeah Sebastian's father.
So
So I
somebody
don't.
else just did this to try to. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a troll.
See. Well, who's Crazy Country Gal? It's linked. This is based off of Sebastian's Army. Did you see that at the top? Thank you, Casual, for the super chat. Dago the Great. I don't know about all that, but I try. Angel of Virtue. Good to see you. Frankie. We would add Keener, Wiener because of course.
Good to know.
Of course.
That, whoever they are, they're on Eastern time.
Oh, Leslie says it's not real. Okay.
They're on Eastern time?
Yeah, whoever it is on Eastern time because they said at 9:30 before the stream starts.
It says at 8 p.m. Yeah.
Oh
See,
yeah.
whoever it is it's definitely not his then, so that's good.
A channel.
Yeah, it says 8 p.m. right there. Notification on live in 3 hours. So 6, 7. Yeah, that makes sense then. Gotcha. Jesus, people, as if there's not enough bullshit out there, let's add more to it. It's good to see you too, Angel. Either way, thank you for showing it to me, Leslie. It's nice to know that there's people out there doing this ignorance.
No,
just like Italian American. You know, actually, spaghetti came from China. It wasn't an Italian thing. It was Chinese. That was disheartening when I found that out. No, there is a live SRB. There's still alive, but somebody else made this thing I just showed you and put it up to troll the live stream is what it is, I'm guessing. Isn't it the same channel had all Sebastian? That's what I was going to say, Jerry. I thought it was on the Facebook. That name came off the Facebook account for that one Facebook, and then they had a channel too, I believe. So did Pizza. That's true, Jaded. And good to see you, by the way. Thanks for joining us.
Pizza came from China too?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding it did. Somebody in chat just said they thought it was Greek. We could find out real easy. I knew when I learned that spaghetti came from China, I was very sick about that, but it makes sense.
So what food do you guys make?
The best food? Only the best?
I mean, like originating.
Sauce.
I always thought. Oh, okay.
The sauce.
Okay.
The sauce. The damn sauce. And the meatballs.
I wonder where the meatball came from.
Probably Italy, because there's a lot of I'm about to look it up. You guys got me thinking now. Hold on a minute. That's why we got the Google. I'm pretty sure I was right about the one, but I could, you never know. Let me see here. Google. All right, let's see what we got here. What the hell? I don't want to read a book about it, and I don't want to go to Amazon. What the hell? Here it is.
Well, why not?
So, Wikipedia says Capellini, Vermicelli, the United States. What? No. Back. Okay, keep going then. Spago history. First written record. Okay. The first written record of pasta comes from the Talmud in the 5th century AD and refers to dried pastas that could be cooked through boiling, which was conveniently portable. Some historians think Arabs introduced pasta to Europe during a conquest of Sicily in the West. It may have first been worked into long, thin forms in Sicily around the 12th century. As the Tabula Rogeriana of Muhammad al-Idrisi attested, reporting some traditions about the kingdom of Sicily. Really? Maybe I was wrong. I was told it came from China, but if it came from Sicily, then that's where I'm from. So, spaghetti. What the hell is spaghetti? That's just a hard way of saying it. Deviation, espargo, kitchen, spaghetti continued used in the 19th, 20th century. Macaroni, sauce, Parmesan cheese. Blah. Okay, it doesn't really stay. So they're saying it came out of Sicily. Let's see what pizza is. Where's the history? Etymology. Oldest record. Gaeta, still the Byzantine Empire. Gaeta, I think I'm going to piss. Christmas Day. Easter Sunday. Byzantine, Latin. I guess it's saying it came out of Greece. Greek pita bread and the Apula and Calabrian, then Byzantine, Italy. So I guess it did start in Greece. That's interesting. I'll be damned. But I swear, I think even in high school, I was told that pizza or spaghetti came from China. We learn something new every day, don't we? Kimber said pizza's in Mexico. What? No, them Mexican pizza things didn't come till Taco Bell made them. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Records of pizza-like foods can be found throughout ancient history. In the 6th century BC, the Persian soldiers of the Achaemenid Empire during the Darius the Great baked flatbreads with cheese and dates on top. Cheese and dates on top of their battle shields. And the ancient Greeks supplemented their bread with oils, herbs, and cheese. An early reference to a pizza-like food occurs in the Aeneid, and Caliano, queen of the Harpies, foretells that the Trojans would not find peace until they were forced by hunger to eat their tables. They ate their tables? Jesus. Who could be that hungry? Book 3 and book Anus and his men are served a meal that includes round cakes such as pita bread topped with cooked vegetables. When they eat the bread, they realize that these are the tables. Prophesied by Saliano in 2023, archaeologist Pompeii appeared to dislike pizza. Okay, so it did start with the Greeks, basically. I'll be damned. 12 pizzas, a pork shoulder, pork kidney on Christmas Day, 12 pizzas, a couple chickens on Easter Day. Okay. Similar flatbread dishes in Naples, Italy in the 18th and 19th centuries. Before that, flatbread is often with ingredients such as garlic, salt, lard, and cheese. It is uncertain when tomatoes were first added. I think that was when Sicily got involved, because most everything tomato-based came out of Sicily. That's whole the margarita pizza was one of the originals, of course, and the Sicilian pizza, which is just sauce, and the Parmesan cheese was maybe peppers, I think. All right, well, there we go. Everything started with us Greeks, don't you know? That's what Angie, my best friend Angie, told me. She was Greek as all hell. She was Greek and Italian, but lived nothing but the Greek life, so. Lo mein with marinara sauce. I mean, that's kind of what I was under the understanding of, Captain. Athens pizza. I've heard that before, Al. Seriously. Ange, my best friend Ange, said that. She made us a couple Greek pizzas one time, and I'm telling you what, bro. Good stuff. I'm sorry. We're back to food again. Gyros are delicious. Yes, they are. Absolutely. I love them. I like them with chicken or with the lamb meat. We have to stop talking about food. Is Rapper in here? Rapper? You already know. You already know. Dago, would you ever hook up? Just curious. That's somebody check that. I doubt that that's his account. Are you still here, Clue?
Took care of it.
Oh, that's the rev count or the Rapper account? My daughter was fine after the. It was Cuyahoga County. It wasn't Cuyahoga where she lives. Not him. It's block. Okay, thank you, ladies. Great job, as always. Thank you to the Blue Crew. You guys rock and roll. All right.
Play no games with these trolls.
Oh, the other night, you were in here. You weren't in here, but it was insane. All right, let me you guys give the update on that Joshua Zimmerman, the manhunt for him. I'm trying to give you guys all the updates of everything I missed. So this is the guy that escaped. He's been dressing as a woman, got 35 different looks to him, and he's super, super dangerous. So this is Nick, the guy that does all the manhunting stuff. And let's see what he says.
Day 22 of the manhunt for escaped prisoner Joshua Zimmerman. Here's what we know. There hasn't been a sighting of him in 3 weeks. He was last seen in DeSoto County, Mississippi, and he's possibly going toward Memphis. That is what we know. As of new updates, there are none, again, other than there's a little bit of movement, but that's stuff that is not per se news. There was movement every day at Cavalcante, so you expect that. I'm not going to say anything about where movement is, where movement slows down, yada, yada. They are on the street. They being the police, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI. They are actively searching. They are going through leads, and they have a good feeling that they are making waves, making it closer to Zimmerman. They have an understanding, essentially, his network of who he would contact being an escaped prisoner. And they understand a lot of things that makes this guy unique. He is, again, it's a guy, he is a jack of all trades. He may very likely on the move. He may be standing idle. If you remember during Danilo Cavalcante, we would have days on end where we thought Danilo was moving, but it turned out it was a distraction or it was something to that effect. It's simply, so now you have a Joshua Zimmerman, another escapee who is dangerous and just as dangerous as Danilo, but a little bit more so dangerous. Now, Danilo Cavalcante, when he was on the run, his goal was to get away. And when he got a gun and when he got into that altercation with the local, he was shot at, and the local, they exchanged gunfire. Danilo didn't turn around and go execute the guy. He kept running. Zimmerman is the kind of person that'll take you hostage. He's not going to run. He's not going to try to, if he knows you see him, he's going to come your way if it's something plausible. He does not deter very easily. You have to remember, people like this are psychopaths. They are sociopaths, and they are full of, they feel like they are invincible and they can do anything. But what I can say, I guess, as an update is that there are task forces that are still coming to assist that region. The same kind of task forces that you guys see in, well, I guess you've only seen them twice on my X, but they are the go-to when it comes to catching the people who think they can outrun the government. And when you make it long enough, far enough, or not even far enough, you don't have to go too far, you can be close. When you are at large with the charges lodged against you as serious as Zimmerman's, you can't go for months on end like a DUI situation or a work release runoff. It's a ticking time bomb. It literally comes down to, we have to get the guy before he strikes again. Him striking means that people die, people get assaulted, people.
And just to give you guys an update that may not have heard when I covered this, thank you, Wisdom. This guy is beyond dangerous. Okay, Nick is the guy that I use. He's very good at when we cover manhunts. He's right there. He's on it. He can get to where he's got to go, and he's always there. When we covered the Cavalcante manhunt, he was on that one. He was on another one. I can't remember the name right now, but he's been on this one too. And this is why I go with him. We communicated on Twitter about it multiple times. And so this is the go-to. I think JLR uses him too. His name is Nick the Hat. I can't say his last name. It's a Greek last name. Once again, it has a something Nikis or something like that. I'm sorry, I don't want to slaughter it, but so he just goes Nick the Hat. So this is who we use when we're covering a manhunt like this, and he's been on this nonstop. So just to give you guys the heads up on it. But this guy, yes, Glitter, I believe so. This guy right here, you guys, is beyond dangerous. He tattooed his name, his last name on some woman's face, and then he shot her in the head. Okay. And was already, he's already been involved in some other stuff, but the way he's been explained is that he's a thrill killer. If somebody noticed him in a mall, he would take out the whole mall. Just, he doesn't care. He has nothing to lose. And he's insane, literally. Like I said, he dresses as a man, a woman, grows a beard, shaves his face clean, all sorts of things to get what he's got to get. And he's not going to go back to prison. I promise you that much. This is not George Zimmerman. No, this is Joshua Zimmerman. So yeah, definitely a problem. So if you see this guy, stay the hell away. Call 911. Do not try to approach him, because I have no idea where he could still be in Tennessee. They said, or I'm sorry, he could still be in where he was. They said he was heading to Tennessee, possibly, or heading. Jesus, I'm so confused. Going from Tennessee, I think they said he was heading for Connecticut. So that's what they think, because I guess he's got somebody there.
He also has ties to the Carolinas too.
South Carolina, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, if you happen to see this guy, I'm not joking. Don't even look at him. Turn the other direction, pretend like you didn't see him, and call 911 and get the hell away from him completely. Sorry, that was my tiny grandson. Planning a trip is terrible. Yes, this guy is horrible. And yeah, I think that's right as well, Melissa. He's got ties to Florida as well. So he could be. Yeah, right. He could be anywhere, and that's the scary thing. That's why I keep showing his face all over the place. And I know you will, Sherry. I know you will. So just keep your eyes open and your ears open, and if you see him, look the other direction, call 911, and get the hell out of there. This one is a crazy one for sure. So there he is, and let's finish hearing what Nick has to say.
People get kidnapped. That is what they are dealing with, a very dangerous, unhinged individual. If you're local, I found a great local source. It's TVM.
These are all the different looks this guy has had, and they don't even have the female version of him on here yet either. Okay, but you see what I'm saying? He walked out of the. Listen, folks, this blew my mind. Okay, this guy, this day right here on June 14th, was in line being walked into the courtroom to be indicted, I think, on charges for murder out of Texas, I believe. Don't quote me. I gotta remember. But anyway, was walking in line with prisoners in jail garb, shackled and chained in the hands, stepped out of line into an open door, and walked back out of that door a little bit later, dressed like this down here, carrying his file, and walked out of the building like nothing happened. That's insane to me. Not to say that that's worse. The evidence that they had on him, that it was all in the computer, was deleted. The videos were deleted. Somebody inside was working for him from the outside, paid somebody to the, you know what I mean? From the outside, paid somebody on the inside to do these things and to help him bring street clothes for him to change into and walk out of the courthouse like it was nothing. That kind of shit scares me. So I don't know what the female version looks like, but they said that he is, I believe they said he was bisexual, and that he dresses cross dresses as a woman as well, and will the SA, males and females, because he's done it before. The guy has nothing to live for or lose, I guess you could say, and doesn't care about anything. This guy's insane. So please, guys, please. Thank you, Glitter. I will look into that next. But keep your eyes open if you see him. Like I said, turn away, dial 911, and walk the hell away from him. Yeah, this guy is a sick one. So,
I found out that some of the images, well, not some, I think all of the images, with the exception of his actual mug shot per se, and the mug and the photos that were released by the marshals are his, other than those photos. And when I say are his, I mean, he's the guy that obtained them. He's doing what we did back in 23 when we were showing you guys stuff 5 days before the networks. That's what he's doing. He has a website, TVMO. I'm going to put it on the description for locals to go check out. That's where a lot of photographs will surface first. He has a lot of great connections, the guy. I spoke with him a little bit, and he has the passion to get the story out. Not a headline, not clickbait, the story. And that's the goal, guys. It's not about getting clicks. It's not about getting views, other than spreading awareness and whatnot. But we want to make sure that we're spreading it correctly. And to do that, you always need the help of a local.
Okay, so from my understanding, Dog's looking for this guy now too. So the numbers are 1-800-336-0102. That would be the U.S. Marshals. That's who you contact. Do not, by any means whatsoever, contact DeSoto County, because those are the people that are crooked that worked with him to get him out of there. And then Dog has a number on here that's 833-835-5364. Again, 833-835-5364. The U.S. Marshals, 1-800-336-0102. That's weird the way it's written. So.
And during the Danilo situation, Hong and I were the locals. Even though we weren't from Chester County, just a county over, we were the guys to go to for the information because we are in the immediate area. That's where we've built all of our friendships, our sources, and it kind of grew from there. That's what this guy is doing with TVMO. It's a rather cool, the way he's running it is, I respect it because he does not release information until it is safe to do so. And not many people do that. They will break a story quickly. I've worked on TMZ. I've worked at the National Enquirer. For TMZ, it was as easy as we get the story and in 30 seconds, we can have it up and all through iMessage. That's how quick it is.
At this moment, I don't think anybody knows where he's at, Terry. That's the problem. He could be anywhere, truly. So that's why everybody's saying be careful.
It's literally a 1 minute time frame. When I was covering Meek Mill, he comes around.
So if you look at this picture, June 14th, he walked out of the courthouse, okay? June 15th, he was seen wearing these clothes. And then that was it, from my understanding. And if Dog is going after him, he needs to be careful. They use paint guns and stuff like that. This dude is beyond dangerous, so they better be careful, is all I'm saying.
Running out, I get the picture, I send it in, and that same minute, I get a push notification from TMZ saying, here's the first picture. This TVMO guy, he's doing it by I'm not going to say a book, because there is no book when it comes to journalism. There are morals, there's empathy, there's sympathy to make sure that you are not causing panic, that you're not going to freak everybody out, but that you are also making it very clear and crystal clear that there is a threat and he's on the loose without downplaying and without adding to it. And that's what he's doing, and he's doing a great job. Again, so I'm going to plug him one more time, TVMO. You guys can head that way. Now, for the other update is Dog the Bounty Hunter is very involved in this manhunt. And when I say very involved, we are prepping. It is very possible and a greater chance than not that if he is not captured within the next, honestly, few days, that there's going to be movement from our side of the, I don't know what to call it. If we're not I guess you can call it almost a task force that we've assembled after Cavalcante. It includes a lot of people that get tapped to work manhunts that aren't government officials. And it also includes assets. It includes the public awareness that comes with Dog on the hunt. And it's not for publicity. It's to get the guy caught. The more attention that is brought to the case, it's likely he's going to make a move. And when Dog gets involved, he's a wild one, that guy. He has it in him. At this age, don't get it twisted. This guy can run. He can probably take out a lot of people one-on-one, like a human. You know what I mean? But he's getting ready. He's ready to get back into the hunt. And it's cool that he's gearing up. And the last time he really did that, I believe, was maybe we were getting ready to, just in case, for the Bibb County 5. But before then, Dog was a day away from flying into Philadelphia to join us in the manhunt for Danilo, and we were going to go through the cornfields. We were going to go chasing down leads live on X with Dog, which would have been epic for the manhunt. But again, that's the plan. We are trying to work on something that raises awareness for manhunts in the modern age of social media. The news can't cover manhunts, and manhunts are important for continual coverage. They just can't do it. Twitter can do it. X, you can do that. Facebook, you can do that. Instagram, you can do that. YouTube, you can do that. And when you have a network like Dogs that's built off of chasing people down, law enforcement, and essentially the people that are in the know and that want to know what's going on, that adds millions of eyes, and not to mention the cameras that come along with it. So if they don't catch Zimmerman in the coming days, we might be coming down to Tennessee. We might be coming down to Mississippi. We might be going to Texas, but we're coming. So it's going to be interesting. Zimmerman is still at large. We are on day 22, guys. This is the third week, and we're nearing 1 month of an escaped killer out and about. What we know is this. He was seen in DeSoto County on June 14th, leaving the courthouse due to a building flaw, is what they say. The surveillance went missing. They're investigating that. And I'm starting to get the feel that there's also a major coordination issue, something that if you followed me and found me because of Danilo, you guys will understand what I mean when I say coordination issue. During the Cavalcante manhunt, it was so bad that I had to go to the press conference and ask the commander or lieutenant colonel of the state police why he's not letting the marshals and the local police on the radio to be in the know. Why are they not coordinating with the feds? Why are they not telling the local police what to do? And why are they sending? There was no coordination. We are starting to see similarities with that. And the coordination becomes.
Okay, so there's the update on Zimmerman. Bad stuff. So just be careful, guys, please. That's why I show you guys these things. Well, we're all good on all that stuff. That's all in the past now, obviously. So no worries.
That's one bad dude, man.
100%. That's why I show you guys, because I don't know where he's at. And I don't want somebody walking up into this guy and oh my god, that, and then you know what I mean? No. Please don't do that. Trying to think of all the updates that I was gonna. I think I got them all. The hell? Oh, this was another one that happened, and here's the update on this. I think I missed this yesterday. Like I said, when I miss a day, I try to do these open discussion scenarios and just give updates on things that I missed out on that you guys may have too. This was the mass shooting at the birthday party in Florence, by the way. This is the update on this.
Everybody ready? All right. Thank you all for coming. I'm Chief Mallory of the Florence Police Department. This is an update to a mass shooting that we responded to overnight. Officers were dispatched to an address on Ridgecrest Drive in Florence. Report of shots fired around 2:50 a.m. in the morning. When officers arrived, they still heard shots being fired, and they approached the residence. When they got to the residence, they saw multiple victims, and once they got into the residence, the partygoers told them that the suspect had fled and gave a vehicle description. Other responding officers, when they were coming into
absolutely, Cal, we love Walt.
The vehicle that fit the description, and a Florence officer and a deputy from the Boone County Sheriff's Office attempted to stop that vehicle, it fled. A pursuit ensued and went south on 42 into Union and onto Hicks Pike. While driving down Hicks Pike, it's believed that the suspect shooter had shot himself with the gun that he had and then crashed his vehicle. The shooter was transported to St. Elizabeth, Florence, and where he succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced dead at St. Florence. Back at the Ridgecrest address, officers rendered first aid to several victims, and right now we have 3 victims at UC Medical in Cincinnati that are all stable and appear to be able will make a full recovery. At the scene as well, there was 4 that were pronounced deceased at the scene, and I have their names. The 4 victims are Shane Miller, 20 years old, of Florence; Hayden Rabicki,
Thank you,
20
Andy.
years old, of Ellesmere; and Delaney Erie, 19 years old,
Thank you,
of
Andy.
Burlington; and Melissa Parrott, 44 years old, of Florence. The reason everybody was at the house was for a birthday for Miss Parrott's 21-year-old son. The shooter, who is identified as Chase Garvey of Florence, who is also 20 years old, he's known to the partygoers. So when the officers got in there and the victims and the partygoers told them that the suspect had fled, they identified him as Chase Garvey. So right now, our crime scene and detectives are still working the scenes and the investigation. But our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the victims, and we're really hoping to support them in any way that we can as a department, as a city. And I want to thank the Boone County Sheriff's Department for their assistance, because we are doing the crime scene at Ridgecrest, and they handled the crime scene after the accident down in Union. So that was the update. Is there any questions that I can possibly answer from you guys?
Chief, you seem emotional right now. Can you tell me why?
We've never dealt with this before. I know it's going on throughout the nation, but this is the first time that we've had a mass shooting in Florence. So yeah, it is very emotional. And, my emotions are for the victims, their families, the officers that responded, and everybody that was touched by this situation.
Any indication of a motive at this point?
No, not right now. That's still under investigation. Like I said, he's known to the other partygoers. I don't believe he was invited to the party, but there is a relationship.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is Florence, Kentucky. I'm sorry. I should have said that in the beginning. My apologies.
I just don't know that right now.
Previous contacts with Mr. Garvey in terms of other arrests that we see?
Our department has not. I believe Boone County may have, and he is a convicted felon on a sex crime in the past, and doesn't appear to tie into this at all.
Chief, you kind of hit on it a second ago. For your officers walking up onto this and immediately rendering first aid, you described, you said some of the victims again encountered before getting into the residence. 2 questions, if I can. One, what's in place to help your officers deal with something like this? I mean, this is something that none of us have seen.
Right.
And secondly, can you kind of walk us through again just where you see victims again, outside, inside, young people in the party, teenagers to young adults, to 21-year-olds birthday.
Sure.
So, again, this is a horrific and emotional scene for so many folks.
Correct.
Again, just kind of talk about what the city is able to do for your officers trying to de-escalate from this.
Mm-hmm.
They got you. It's got
Correct.
horrific.
Yeah. Some of our officers aren't much older than the victims. So as far as the department and the city, we'll do a debriefing with all the officers that responded and offer any assistance to talk with peer support or any medical assistance or anything like that they would need going forward. So.
And then you can kind of talk us through the scene a little bit. I know that's challenging, I know it's difficult, but again, you say that your officers encountered victims, critical shot outside. Then they enter the residence. Can you just kind of state of mind what is happening?
Well, this is what they're trained for. Unfortunately, they got to do their job, and they did it exceptional. You know, when they got on scene, there were 2 victims out front of the residence, and they went in to try and find the shooter. Once they got in there, they found people that were injured.
Mama Bear, are you in here right now? Hey, can you do me a favor, Mama Bear, and go check in the back? I tried and I can't find it. You're better. You see better, I guess. Look for Crimson Moon and see if she's blocked. I went in the other day and looked and she's not there. You're good, Kimber. And I don't see it there. And if you don't see that name, look under Steph, like STEPH, Mystique, MYSTIQUE, please. If you have the ability to. If you're busy, don't worry about it. But I can't find it. Thank you, hon. You're good to go, Kimber, whenever you're ready. Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Try it now. My apologies. You know, I'm a dork, so you're good. Anyway. Are you still here, Mom?
I am.
Okay, sorry. One of your Dixies is coming up to join you.
Sweet. Man, this has got to where, like, I'm glad my kids are grown and,
Agreed.
like, we're past birthday parties, but it's got to the point where you don't even want to have a birthday party. Like, it's
grandkid.
disgusting.
That's what my daughter-in-law, we used to have my grandson, that little guy popped over here out at like a park for kids.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody got shot there. And this is in a very good area, by the way. And she's done. That was it. And it was on the other end of the park. But what chance is it worth taking? Do you know what I'm saying? When there's 35 kids there and all the rest of the family? No.
It's not worth it. And like when we have the babies, we do it at the skating rink. And the one that we go to, like they keep it locked down. Like they're amazing. And it's just sad.
I think that's where we're going for Junie's next party. She wants to go to the skating rink now because she's going to be 8 and so on and so forth. But still, like this is just beyond ridiculous anymore. Nobody wants to go anywhere. Nobody feels safe going anywhere. Nobody wants to do anything because they're afraid to go out in public anymore. That's not good, folks. When we can't even get in our car and go somewhere with our family and think that we're going to be safe, that's not the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, Chris, shot. And it was teenagers, gang related type stuff. They were by the basketball courts in this huge park that had a huge like wooden like climby thingy. I don't know what the hell you call it. That had like the little steering wheels and looks like boats and sliding boards and swings and all this things on it. It was called Imagination Station. It was huge. I mean, huge. The kids would grow in there, crawl through it. It had little things in it. It was awesome. They loved it. Okay. But on the other side of the park, there were basketball courts and like a pavilion where these teenagers would hang out, and it happened. What are the odds that one of those bullets, if it were to happen, could bounce off something or stray bullet could hit one of these kids or something? It's not worth even taking the chance. So no. So,
good evening, good afternoon, good evening,
good morning.
Hello.
I like that link you sent me to the first one you sent me, Dago. I was like, Where the hell's
I thought
swimming?
that was the last thing that I had linked. Sorry about that. Welcome, Lala. Welcome, Lala. Good Lord.
La 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 la.
I can't speak today.
So, are you feeling much better?
Compared to what I was yesterday, 125 million% yes. Guys, I thought I was dying yesterday. Literally, something was wrong. I knew that the first time I woke up, I was clammy, cold, and hot and sweaty. My air was on, everything was good. My stomach felt funky. And then when it came out, it just came, everything that was in my system came out. It was crazy. So it's all out of me. Thank the Lord.
What did you eat?
I had a fish sandwich, some coleslaw, and some French fries. And everybody had the French fries. And I was the only one that ate the fish and the coleslaw. Nobody else got sick. So it was one of those two things.
Did you eat out?
We ordered it and brought it home. My uncle bought lunch for everybody from a place called Sunrise, which I've never gotten sick from, but it is possible.
See, fish and chicken freaks me out.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
When we go out, like I order trout or I order salmon, and I always order a side of lemon. And the reason why is because even if it's undercooked fish, if you saturate it in lemon, the lemon will actually cook the meat.
Yep. That is very true.
This acidity.
It'll kill the bacteria if there's any bacteria on it.
Yes.
I don't see. Somebody just told me there was a new body found in Lady Bird Lake. I don't see it yet, but okay.
Yeah, TMZ was talking about it yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
The last one I see is 5 and 6 months ago, and I remember that last one. This is the case I've been following from the beginning, but 4 months ago, body found, and I talked about that one 2 months ago, I think. I don't see anything new. Crimson, if you can hear me, hon, you should be. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay, you should be okay now. You should go ahead and try it. Jesus.
So we don't have any new news on the what's going on with the remains they found near Caleb Harris. I'll get it out in a minute. Give me a minute. Take some time.
Nothing yet. I look it up every day and nothing here. Nothing yet. Go for the steak, right? It wasn't for. Well, yeah, their steak is all right. Well, Sunrise is known for their pizza and their Italian stuff, but they used to have good fish. Was on 12 gauge today. Really? Where did he find it at? Let me see.
I knew they said it would take a little while, Mama Bear. I wasn't sure. I knew they said it could take up to 6 weeks because the remains weren't in that great of condition. So hopefully we'll know something soon. Or his family will. Hopefully his family will know something soon.
Yeah, well, they'll know before we will. But I'm thinking because of where it was and how long it was there, that it could be, almost 2 months, maybe 6 to 8 weeks to clearly identify it correctly. Okay, so 12 gauge does have something. Another body found. Let's see here. Maybe. Or was this the old one? Let me look, guys. Something's not right with this. This has been driving me nuts because this case, I swear to you guys, is linked to the Smiley Face Killer. And
Smiley Face is out of Illinois, isn't it?
That's where it started.
Yeah.
But I just feel for some weird reason that they're linked somehow because the MO is the same on both. And I've been following both for like a year now. It bugs me. Let me see here. Yeah, the newest one I see here is from 2 months ago. I'll be damned. Well, I guess 12. We're gonna have to look at 12 gauge. Oh, he won't bother. He won't mind. I'd like to know myself, and I'm. Okay, let's see here, folks. Let's see what 12 gauge had to say about this. If you guys haven't checked him out yet, go check out 12 gauge Phillips, guys. If we could drop his link in the chat, please. Butterfly, your comment. Hold on. Where was your comment? Documented Austin live stream yesterday and today. Documenting Austin? Maybe I don't know that. Let me see.
Basically a neighbor.
All right, here we go.
On the trail. And he was on the trail. They're doing construction right. They're doing construction right on that trail. And they had a kind of like a utility cart with where they were doing some excavating, digging out some sand, some of that caliche. And he was found right there by where that utility cart was at, laying on his back with his ankles crossed and his arms crossed over his chest. What I was told is that basically he was laying back with like he was taking a nap. Like if you were gonna prop your head up on something and lay down, you just kind of fold your arms over your chest and cross your legs. That's how he was found. He had what appeared to be some trauma or a wound on his chest, and what appeared to be a gunshot wound to his forehead. So the person did not see a weapon, however. There was not a weapon. Now here's what's odd. Earlier on yesterday, down under the bridge right there, the bridges that go over the Lady Bird Lake. There's a trail that goes under there. There was some men that were hanging out down there that the residents in that area felt they were just out of place. They were very odd. This was right before the man was found dead. So there's a lot of.
There it is. Again, it's another male. Okay, it's been nothing but males. And the reason why I feel like this is linked to the smiley face thing, which based out of Chicago, but it also happened in Texas in some senses. There was more than just Lady Bird Lake. There was other bodies of water that has happened. Is typically it's males that have either been in a bar and then they disappear. They may get drunk, walk out, and then they're gone. And there doesn't seem to be any like trauma to the bodies per se. Always. There's been one or two, I think, that were, but this case has me nuts, folks, and it has from a year ago. Please don't get it confused. I'm not talking about the happy face killer from back in the 70s or the 80s. I mean the smiley face killer. What they were finding, this started out of Chicago when I did this case back a year ago, I think it was, is they would find these males, younger males, typically. I think they were all younger, mid-20s, maybe mid to late 20s, I think, early to mid to late 20s. And the last known location per se was coming from a bar, I guess, on foot. They're gone. Okay. And then this started happening with Ladybird, sorry. And there were some other things in Texas that happened, but different bodies of water with the same MO. So let's think about it. Like, wouldn't you think the same thing? You know, I was even looking over in the UK. They were finding bodies in bodies of water as well, just males. Okay. So it's like, what the hell's going on? Are you traveling back and forth across the ocean? Which I didn't think too much into that. I didn't look too much into that side of it, but that's what happened to a couple kids in Michigan State. Drunk kids wandering into the river and runs through campus. Right. And see, it's hard to differentiate because I kind of looked at that for Riley's case in the very beginning. Is this involved? Is this somebody that's traveling across the United States? Maybe a trucker, somebody that travels for some reason. Happy Face was a truck driver, I believe, Captain. I think that's how that was. And hey, Dive, what's up, hon? Don't let this go. These guys went to the same bars near Ladybird. See, that's what I'm saying. I can't let this one go. You guys know I get nuts about stuff like this. 45. Yes, I think it's been 45 now. That's why I'm so like stuck on this case, guys. I cannot let go of it. And I don't care if it was in Chicago and now it's happening in Texas. I'm looking at all the things that are happening. I even looked in Cleveland. I called Cleveland Metro Police, spoke with the chief, and I asked him, I hate Cleveland police. I'm going to tell you right out of the gate. There I was telling you not to worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't waste your time. This is what they're saying to me. They said that about the kids that have been runaways and things like that. But anyway, I called and I asked if there had been any bodies found down near the flats, which is where all the bars are in Cleveland. And there's a dock right there that you can get docks right up to Lake Erie. Okay. And he said, well, you know, we've had a couple here and there, but nothing that I would worry about. Like, you don't worry about nothing, do you? That's the same guy that said, don't waste your time. They're runaways. Remember I told you guys about that? Same person. I can't even talk to this guy anymore. He's an asshole. Cleveland Metro Police Chief. He's just an ass. Sorry. What I'm wondering now, though, is because, yes, exactly. Down in Pittsburgh. I looked into Pittsburgh. They couldn't give me any more details than they have found a few in bodies of water down near Three Rivers, which is the Steelers Stadium. Banana Butt, what's up? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's horrible. There's a lot going on in Cleveland. There really is, guys. A lot of crazy stuff. I've been following quite a bit of it because it's so close to me. Smiley face, possible victims in Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is where I came to the conclusion, you guys. This is like, I'm deep into this, that there is very possibly a traveling serial killer. I'm not trying to sound crazy, guys, but there's too many of the same, what do you call it? The same, it's the same MO in a lot of senses. Now, I did find something at some point about a scenario that happened in Boston where there was two women. They were two black women that were traveling by plane, city to city, after engaging online with certain people, and then meeting up with these people in different cities, robbing them, and then they disappeared. Now, I don't know how deep that goes. I couldn't get any more info out of that scenario. And I wondered if it was a whole like a scam that's being ran by multiple people. I'm just saying. So this here is another male body found under the bridge right there by Ladybird. Okay. Cleveland is pretty bad, JC. It is. Youngstown, Cleveland, Akron. Niece. Did you live near Arrow? Yeah, I drove past that house quite a few times, actually. It's very weird. Very strange. AK. Hey, y'all. Are y'all doing this? Doing yes, this life, these things. What's going on in Cleveland? I'm from Ohio. There's a lot going on in Cleveland, AK. A whole lot. Cleveland, Akron, Columbus. Ohio is not a very healthy state right now when it comes to crime. I see you now, Andy. I'm trying to read everything. I'm sorry. People have theorized that it's a network of serial killers working together online to plan these. That's, yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Sorry, I didn't see it till now. Do a live for those that don't know about it. I mean, I can redo this story, guys, but it's crazy. It really is crazy. I haven't been focusing on this at all because I've been sticking with more of the missing children and stuff like that, but I'm trying to catch up with some of this stuff. Let me see if I can show you something.
Well,
What?
I was wondering what?
What?
I was thinking about the possibility. What if it is and I know it's rare, but a woman serial killer?
Oh, very possible. More than one, I think, though. I think there's more than one if there are.
Right, but I mean, because there's not a lot of trauma. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think there is any trauma at all. I think any trauma comes from being in the water for a period of time. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So.
But yeah. I know it's an uncommon thing, but.
Let me see something here. See if I can play this. This is by New Dawn. I might be able to play this for you guys. This will give you a little heads up real quick, okay? This is something that I'm really seriously looking into in a lot of ways. Absolutely, Glitter. Absolutely. I will absolutely look into those, Glitter, and bring those up and cover those as well. I have a couple in Ohio that I've covered. Hey, Sophie. This is the problem I have with this. I want you to understand why this is such a big deal for me and why I've been obsessed with it. I'll just put it that way. It's one of those things I've been obsessed with. Almost every one of these have been ruled accidental. And I don't buy it. The MO is too strange that everything is almost identical in every one of them. And then somewhere down the area, not so much with the Ladybird thing, but I think they very may have stopped doing it because the happy face thing that they were doing, the smiley face, I should say, it wasn't a happy face. Okay, it was a smiley face. It was 2 eyes and a mouth, not the whole face and everything. So I think they may have stopped doing the smiley face because maybe police were getting close, they thought. So they just moved on and started doing this. But they would find these smiley faces in different areas somewhat near the crime scene or the scene of where they're finding these bodies. So it's been a minute. That's why I want you guys to check this out. Hold on, I gotta turn this back down. I was going too fast again. Normal, subtitles, English. Okay, now let's try from the beginning so you can see it again. Here we go. I was wondering if it could have been a copycat, Jenks. You know what I mean? Like somebody trying to copycat the Happy Face killers. It's always involving water. There it is. Their deaths have all been ruled accidental by local authorities because they cannot find any evidence proving otherwise. It's not cool. Now, this is what shows up, okay? They find him on, like, concrete walls that are near this, trees, poles, like stone walkways and stuff. They found these. And I do believe, like Andy said, that they believe it's a network of serial killers, okay? When they looked at the scenario. It's very interesting, you guys, and I am truly and honestly obsessed with it. That's why as soon as I see a death, and you can ask Mama Bear and Molly, I've told them both about this. As soon as I see a death that pops up that involves a young male in a body of water, I'm automatically into it, looking at that. Riley Strain I did that with, and I think that other gentleman that they found in the Tennessee River, I looked into that too. So it just, I was really almost dead set on the scenario. That's why I followed Riley's case so deeply and wondered, because of how drunk he was, that if he was drugged, if this was possibly another one of these. Okay. It really bugged me. It still does. I'm still not 100% sure about Riley's case. That's it right there. Dive is absolutely right. They leave the bar, robbed, thrown in a lake. In my opinion, they're being drugged. And that's what I think is happening. Okay. That's what I think is happening, is that there's somebody in these bars that is watching these guys drop something in their drink. This is so why I was all over Riley's case. And then something, go ahead.
And who would be better to do that than a young, attractive female? To drop
Agreed.
something in their drink.
Absolutely. That's exactly my thought. I think it's a system that they're running. And I told you I found these two ladies out of Boston that were involved in that scenario. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Caleb Harris, I don't know always, but you never know. I don't put anything to the side with this, guys. I can't let go of this case. I can't.
I mean, the young, attractive female dropping something in their drink is just in my opinion, but that would be, they could go over there, start talking to them.
I'm going to tell you a secret. And I think Casual just said this.
And it could be dropped in their drink before they knew it. While they're standing there talking to them, while the females got their attention, they could just drop something in their drink.
Right. And I will definitely, Butterfly. I may look at that with this, but men don't think they can be drugged. Men are very hard-headed, me being one of them, and you never know. And you don't think that you're talking to this sweet woman, very sweet, nice woman that comes up, approaches you, you buy her a drink, whatever, so on and so forth. Very nice lady. She'd never do that to me. Never, never, never. You go to the bathroom, you come back. How many men compared to women leave their drinks sitting on the bar? These are facts, folks. Women typically don't do it. They carry their drinks around with them wherever they go because of the thought of that, okay? Men don't expect to get drugged. Therefore, they leave their beer or whatever sitting on the bar. They don't pay no attention, especially if they've had a few. They got a buzz. Their thought process is not where it's supposed to be. And boom, boom, boom.
And see, that's the one thing I've taught my son. You never leave your drinks, and he doesn't. He carries it everywhere he goes in a bar.
You don't. I don't drink anymore, but even when I did drink, I carried it everywhere with me because I didn't trust anybody. I just didn't.
Right.
Period. I've been personally on the scene of men that were drugged, okay, and had no idea what they were doing, and come to find out they've had 3 beers. These are big burly dudes. Like, there's no way that this dude is laid out in the middle of a bar after 3 beers. Come to find out, They were robbed. Either their money was taken off the bar. We go back. The police go back. They watch the camera. There's this woman. He buys her a drink. She scoops the money. A couple of times it's happened to me. Not to me personally, but I mean that I've responded to the calls for. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. But I'm gonna check out 12 gauges stuff too. But I just wanted to give you guys what we're looking at here since we started talking about it.
The Smiley Face Killers. It's called the Smiley Face Killer.
The Smiley Face Killer cases. The Smiley Face murder.
At least 40 healthy young men allegedly marked for death.
Water makes it the perfect crime. It makes it look like a drowning instead of a murder.
It began after dozens of college students all
Take care, Black Widow. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you.
across the country disappeared only to be found dead, all of them supposedly accidentally drowning after a night on the town.
Now, this is what I want to show you. That was quick. Hold on. Okay, look. Wisconsin, New York, Cleveland, Akron, Chicago, Michigan. Now, the Texas ones haven't been linked to it yet, but I cannot say that I believe it's not true. And I've just said it happens on Bourbon Street all the time, which I'm kind of not surprised about that down in Louisiana. But still, if you look at their areas, they're kind of close. Michigan and Cleveland, Wisconsin, Chicago. You can go Michigan and Chicago, Wisconsin. It's all, look, it comes down the map. It's kind of crazy, guys.
Disappeared only to be found dead, all of them supposedly accidentally drowning after a night on the town.
It expanded across the United States, establishing new cells in cities as it went along its way.
Alex Mahoney, 24 years old, his body washed up here at the confluence of the Hudson and East Rivers.
Mason Perkins, who's been missing since last Halloween after a night.
It does look like a route to me. It does look like it very possibly could be a truck driver's route. These guys that drive over the road, it very well could be. I looked at that before. Awesome. Thanks, Mom. Moving on.
Night out drinking with his friends has been found.
They all tend to be very good looking, very preppy. They're higher than average school performers. They all were last seen leaving bars or parties.
It starts with a series of accidental drownings, supposedly accidental drownings, in which the victims have almost always been popular, athletic young college guys with pretty good grades.
Everyone thinks they're invincible when they're that age. You think there's nothing can happen to you, and that you know best, and no one could possibly tell you anything.
Somebody's slipping or something, typically like a roofie or something like that.
I even heard that they had been lured to vans by girls, so then people were starting to think, oh man, maybe this girl gang members,
like a perfect storm of circumstances that come together to create this mutation.
Serial killers are isolates, gangs are collectives. For them to come together like this is so unique.
Their method of killing, they're not torturing and stabbing and doing things like Ted Bundy would do. They're not strangling people. They are drowning people.
The thing that I would like to get across is that the Smiley Face Killers are a real group who are
Misty, she says, I may be mistaken, but wasn't the smiley face attributed to homeless taggers and they used the face as a message? Yes, it was. It said that you see them by water always in railways. Absolutely. And that was when I did the research and investigated this, what I came up with. But they said that they were showing up by these sites as well. So they have to look at it for what it is. You know what I mean? But good and very good point, Misty. I appreciate that. Again, major truck delivery routes. If you look at it, going from Chicago to Ohio, back up, Wisconsin, Michigan, all that stuff. I'm telling you. I have been Butterfly. I just haven't shared it lately because there's been so much going on. But there's more bodies popping up in Texas. And I got to wonder if the Lady Bird Lake thing has something to do with this. I cannot get past that because it's the same damn MO. And it's driving me nuts. It really is driving me nuts. I've had this conversation with my wife, other creators. I've researched and looked at this. When I have free time, that's what I'm looking at. So, and I'm looking at more. I go look up in different states deaths that maybe aren't put on the news as often, that they're finding in bodies of water near drinking establishments, so on and so forth. There's quite a few more than what they have listed, you guys. I'm telling you, quite a few. Especially in Chicago. It's weird.
Committing real murders, that they've been doing it for some time now and putting their stamp on it, the smiley face stamp. They will continue to keep murdering young men unless and until they are finally brought to justice. People are going to have to take this seriously. They can't keep wasting all this time arguing about whether it's real or not.
No, I haven't heard of.
No, I have never heard about that.
No.
I can't really say I heard about them. Nah, not over here.
Never heard of them.
Don't you have a smiley face on you?
You have the smiley face. I'm next.
Wasn't it an episode of American Horror Story?
Smiley face color. No, I haven't.
Yes.
Really? I haven't. No,
I
haven't.
Is that are those the ones when they kill you and cut your face like into a smile?
I have no idea about the smiley face killers. No clue who the smiley face killers are.
That was the opening to the documentary that my best friend Andrew had been making.
Wait, baby, this guy's going through.
He's in a.
No, I'm just saying you can't go right now. Look at the waves.
Oh my God.
I don't know if they ever recovered Riley's boots, guys. If anybody does, please let us know. But I don't know for a fact if they did or if they didn't.
Not that I know of.
There hasn't been anything on the news down here.
Nothing.
In Tennessee that they've ever recovered his boots.
Okay. Good to know. There you go, guys.
And Steve posted that he apparently did not have a belt on.
Okay. Well, then that would make it a little easier for the pants to come off, I guess, in the water. I still struggle with that, though.
Because
I know how hard it is. What'd you say?
I've got a delay. He posted a thing about people's opinions, and I commented on it on Twitter. And then, like a couple hours later, he posted a thing that Chris Dingman had come out and put out information, but that there was a picture that was released, and I had forgot all about it, but I actually had the picture because it was released and then it was immediately pulled back down. And if you look, like if you zoom in and you look, you can tell he didn't have a belt on.
Okay. And here's my issue with this, you guys, just so you know. I pulled a lot of bodies out of water. SAR stuff, okay? And the departments I belong to the SAR team. I was on water rescue for years. I did a lot of it. We had a lake right behind our fire station, so I'll tell you right there. Most of the people that we have pulled out of the water were completely clothed. I've had people argue with me that that's normal. I don't know anything about that river. I think it was Cumberland, right?
It's a strong, mean river with a deep current.
That's what I was told. Okay. Okay. And I'll accept that. But the boots I struggle with because they're so hard to put on. I own a pair. Okay.
And that's what I said.
They're hard to put on because of the way they are. And once you get them on, they're on. Now, here's the thing. If they fill up with water, okay. But that still have that curve for your ankle to bend a certain type of way. I've struggled with that from the beginning. The pants coming off, okay, whatever. I've heard other people that worked in EMS and rescue say that they've seen it all the time. Same with PD. Okay, then. I'm not going to argue that point. I've always pulled people out of the water. They were fully clothed, except for the ones that didn't have clothes on when they went in. You see what I'm saying? There's people that have gone in bathing suits, things like that. I've never, ever one time pulled anybody. Well, yeah, we did one time, but they were thrown in there that way, that were nude. That's it. Okay. And his socks were still on, Justice says too. Okay. So see, I didn't get all that info when I was covering that. I just let it be.
And I was talking privately about Riley because I'm lived in that many years, and I had my son go down there, and I was working with some people in the background.
Right.
And the person that I was talking to, I told him, I said, and this was when he was still missing. I was like, where they need to be looking is not right there at the riverfront. They need to start looking around barges, because something else that you have to take in effect. And I'm from a towboat city, and I have a lot of friends that were towboaters. I have an ex that I was with for many years, and he was on recovery. Like, he was a towboater, he was a first mate and a skipper on a boat, but part of what his work was what they would come and get him on dinghies to do recoveries. And you have to keep in mind that barges have their own undercurrent.
Yeah.
So not only are you dealing with the undercurrent in the river, you're also dealing with the fact that barges have an undercurrent. And I told him, they need to start lifting barges. Any barge that was sitting there in the time frame that he went missing, they need to go and lift them and move them.
Yeah.
Because if he went past one of those barges, he's going to be underneath it. And
Get
I'll be
stuck
damned
under
if
it.
that's not where he was found.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely. See, I never got to had to deal with that type of a situation. Yeah, he did great stuff on there. Mini Monster. Very, very awesome person. Very awesome person. Or wait, was it Mini Monster? Or was it your other son?
No, it was Minnie that went and done it. My other son, he's not true crime at all whatsoever. That's not his thing. He doesn't. I mean, he'll send me cases and stuff, but that's just totally not his thing. Minnie is so much like me.
Minnie's amazing.
I mean, we're if you've ever seen him on panel, he looks a lot like me. We're like
they look like brother and sister, not mother and son. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
they really do.
He's my little mini me, and he's a lot like me. So, when I reached out to him and I was like, hey, this is what's going on. He's missing, da 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 da. And he was like, yeah, Mom, I'm there. Just let me know when to go. And I was like, now. So he went.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, I'd love to have him join me one time up here. It's technical.
Oh, he would love that. He thinks you're awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's welcome at any time. Maybe I will have him join me for something soon here. We'll see when he got some time and get him up here. He can join us too. He had a shirt on too. Really? I thought his shirt was missing. So he had shirts on. Okay, here's the thing I don't understand with Riley, and then we'll get back to this. The boots were gone. The pants were gone, but his underwear were there, or were they gone too? And he had a shirt on still, and his socks. That's so weird to me. I don't get it. Okay. I accept it because Ellie says it. That's just how I am, but I'm just uncomfortable with it. I'll just leave it that way. And I think his parents are too. Here's my problem. If the current was strong enough to remove this boy's pants, why did boxers aren't they're very loose fitting. They don't fit like what we call tidy whities or anything like that. The bikini brief, any of that kind of stuff. How did the boxer stay on, but the pants were yanked off? That's weird to me, guys. That's just strange to me. That's where this becomes something's off. And I think his family feels that way too, truly. And I think Steve was looking into this because of those reasons. For the boots to come off and then the pants to be off, I was like, okay. And I thought he had a belt on, but if there was no belt, that makes it a little more acceptable for me. Okay. Still.
Yeah, but what doesn't set well with me is I own a pair of Ariats. Like,
right.
I've worn them many a times when I'm out and about. There's,
my wife
there's
does too.
shorts on my channel of my Ariats. They're square-toed Ariats. And if you get those suckers wet, you're pretty much going to need a crowbar to get them off. Like,
my wife's are the same way. Telling you.
It just doesn't set well with me. It won't set well with me.
And here's another thing, folks. I have taken people out of the water that are wearing jeans. They're almost impossible to get off. Okay. After you're out of the water because of the weight and they stick to your skin and things like that. They're almost impossible. We've had to cut them off. We can't just pull them down. Okay. I mean, that's what we do anyways. We cut clothing off anyhow, but you couldn't just pull them down. They were still stuck even after we cut them right up the legs and just open them up. They still stick to the body, the skin. I don't know. I don't understand that. And I'm just not comfortable with it. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that the boxers were on, that the socks were on, and that the shirt was still on. Something is just off with that to me. I'm sorry. And the boots as well. So
the only thing is it depends on, and I mean, I don't know if there would be any. I know the Cumberland River, you have to remember it moves 8 feet per second.
It's fast. I know that. Yeah.
It's fast. So if he got lodged, whenever he got lodged up under that barge, because they didn't find him for a while. If he got lodged up under that barge and the force of the water, depending on how he was under that barge, if the force of the water pulled that off over a number of days, I don't understand what it's all very confusing. So I don't know. It's all very confusing.
Riley's Green-Eyed's in the house. What's up, Green-Eyed? Thank you for joining us. I love this lady. She's always got facts that I love it. Riley Strain's family is questioning why the belt they know he was wearing didn't secure his pants the night of his disappearance. See, that's what I'm talking about. Okay.
I just know what Steve put out, and like,
oh yeah, I did, Cap. No problem, brother. You're fine. What'd you say, Mom?
I just know what Steve put out. That Chris originally released that he was wearing a belt, and then Steve came out and cleared it up and said that he didn't have a belt on.
Right.
That it was initial, and a lot happens when you have a missing person. So, and especially if you're going on a panel, a YouTube panel, or Nancy Grace for that matter.
Sure.
And if this is not something that you normally do, stuff gets slipped. You say stuff that maybe you shouldn't have said, and then it gets turned around and twisted, and 900 people run with it. So it's,
my question with that is, Mom, who knows us better than our family, right? And yeah. I'm not saying that we don't do different things that maybe our family members don't know about, but oh, no worries, brother. No worries at all. No, please, nobody ever apologize for being late to the show, please. I don't call it late. You just come in after other people is what I say. No big deal. If we do something every day of our lives, okay, for instance, me, if my family, my wife, my mother, my father, my kids know that I wear a belt every single solitary day of my life for my entire life, why would they think that I didn't wear one that one day?
Right.
Here's the thing. Thank you, Terry. That's a good point. Trust the family.
Do no harm.
Here's my question. Could he have had that belt on and it came off before he went in the water somehow? Did something happen before he went in that water?
That's a very good possibility. And Olivia, I know you're talking about if you had a personal friend in the National PD, you would ask them if any of his body organs were missing. I think if any of his body organs were missing, if something nefarious like that had happened, that would have been put out on the news. Because here's the reason I say that, because they would have wanted that would have been something that they would have wanted to alert tourists to if something like that was going on downtown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that would have been something that they would have wanted to, alert tourists to. I think that would have come out.
Sure. I agree wholeheartedly. And Widow says, also per the autopsy, see, this is something else I have issues with in drownings, folks. I have big issues with it. Had no water in his lungs. That bothers me the most, so he didn't drown. See, I did this with the Kylie Rodney case. There was no water in her lungs or her stomach, but she was underwater when she was found. I mean, she was dead before she went into the water. And I have that feeling with him as well. Okay? People have argued, well, there's just a tiny bit of water. That if you drown in a river like this that's rushing constantly, how much water do you think you're going to swallow, you guys? It would be in his stomach and his lungs if he drowned. Why wasn't it? That's what I'm saying. And a lot of these cases here with these bodies they find, they don't have water in their lungs or their stomach. So that means they died before they went into the water.
Yeah, because you have to think, if you're drowning, what are you going to do? You're going to gasp. You're going to be panicking. You're going to be freaking out for those few,
your mouth is going to open. It goes through your nose, everything, guys.
Drowned.
Yes, 100%.
Justice for the victims, yes, they have managed to get a lot of footage that they were looking for. Steve's been keeping it pretty well updated within the realm of keeping his credibility, too.
I mean, it's very possible, green-eyed, and here's the thing. He could have been going maybe to take a whiz, like you said, unbuckled his belt, and unzipped his pants, slipped and fell into the water, okay? And that's how the pants came off so easy. Why is there no water in his lungs? Did he hit his head before he fell into the water? That would make a difference. That would cause, but I believe that there was no head trauma found, was there? For the autopsy, I don't think there was any head trauma found, or we would have heard that he had a big gash on his head or something. We weren't told that, so I don't know what to think with that. Oh, welcome, Doodle. Thank you for becoming part of this community. It's about time. You've only been here for a year. 2 years almost. But thank you for joining us, Doodle. I appreciate you so very much. We love you, dear. She knows I'm teasing her. Right, exactly. So that's what I have with Riley's case, and I have from the beginning, okay? Andy says, wouldn't be enforced into a river with a current like that force water into the lungs. Thank you. Even if he was unconscious when he went in. Uh-huh. Just saying, guys. Just saying. These are strange situations. So, and you're going to call these deaths here accidental. A lot of them have no water in the lungs or the stomach. How? I don't get this.
I don't know the medical terminology, but there's a little flappy thing in your throat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's how people dry drown. If that thing, that's how people dry drown.
Closes, that can stop from water going in, especially if you're panicking.
I can't think of it right now. Damn it!
I can't think. I know that's not a very scientific term, but the little flappy thing in your throat's all that came to mind at the moment.
It's fine. I know what it's called. I can't think of it. You got me on this. What is it? Did you? No. That's the thing that hangs in your throat. That's your uvula.
Oh yeah. She said a cold water laryngospasm. Spasm.
Hang on, I'll go Google it.
What did you just say?
Cold water, and then she said laryngospasm.
Is it the epiglottis? I think.
Epiglottis.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna go look this shit real quick. I can't believe I can't remember this
I
right
don't
now.
think that was a very nice word for you to call me, an epiglottis.
Yes, it is the epiglottis. I was right. It's the flap of tissue located
Epiglottis. There you go. Thank
just
you. Sorry,
above the
guys.
windpipe trachea. Yes, it's the epiglottis. I was right. Haha. Yeah, Kimber, you damn epiglottis.
You damn epiglottis.
They knew what I meant.
Yes. Yeah,
Whatever we
Heather's
know.
right. She's right. 10 to 20% of drownings are dry drownings. So 100%. Stops water from getting into the lungs. Right, but here's the thing. If you're being carried downriver in a rushing ass river like this, you don't think that that's going to open up at some point somehow?
But look what Chris just typed.
Approximately 10 to 20% of drowning victims have dry drowning with no water found in the lungs at autopsy, but even most wet drowning victims have less than 4 kilograms of water. See, I don't know, that he's right about that in some senses. A lot of it, that's probably a statistic he looked up. So I'm going to say, yes, that's true. A lot of dry drownings are the reason for drownings, folks. But most of the time, I would imagine if somebody is drowning, they're going to panic. Their mouth opens up. Okay. The water that goes through your nasal passageway that typically will end up in your stomach as well. Welcome back, Clue. I hope you enjoyed your dinner. So I don't know. It's a good point, Chris, and I appreciate you throwing that up there. Okay, Mom, no problem. Take your time.
Hi, Clue.
What'd you have, Clue?
Baby Clue made chicken Alfredo.
Hey, there you go, baby Clue. Good stuff. What's up, Neil? Good to see you. Sweet crazy. What happens? Do you go into cardiac arrest because you're scared? I mean, it does happen. It can happen. It has happened. Okay. Some people panic and throw themselves into cardiac arrest. Some people, depending on if they have heart problems, aged people, things like that, it will cause that too. That's a good point. Very good point. Welcome, Mystery. Janine K. Good to see you. Was Riley's bladder full? What was I don't know that. That's what I would like to know. I'd like to know that. Good point, Sarah. Yes, these are all good points, you guys. I love having all you smart people in here. What'd you say, Clue?
Sorry, I was talking to fiance. I thought it was.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
Have they released the official autopsy report?
On Riley?
Yeah.
Yeah. We covered it at some point. I can't remember exactly word for word what it was. I'd have to go back and pull it back up. If he was drunk, he may not have panic. Well, that's possible too, Chris. And welcome. Chi, hello and welcome. Ass and Elbows, hello. Wow, I saw you guys. Runaway Truth, good to see you. Justice, Simply Solo, Sweet Crazy. All you guys, welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Robin Brown, thank you. All right, let's push this on here a little bit. If you're drugged, you won't be able to panic. Well, now see, that's not always. I see what you're saying. Don't dive because you're a lot more relaxed. But they said in his autopsy there was no crazy drugs in his system. So I don't know what to take with this case. I don't know.
But he was really super drunk.
There was quite a bit of alcohol in his system.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot, unfortunately.
I don't know how to read this, guys. I don't know what to think of it. And again, we don't know. If we got, I want to look at the autopsy again, go back to that and see if maybe there is something in there that I didn't see when I read it, or maybe I don't know. So let's continue on with this. Again, this is the Smiley Face Killer documentary type thing, and it's to explain what that was about, guys.
Dude, this guy's done. He's done. He's done.
Oh shit, we're not going.
Go, baby. Go, baby. do it, baby. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't fucking care. Yes.
No, he just.
Hell yeah, bro.
He first heard about the gang back in high school, and periodically over the years, they would pop up in the news. The stories always seemed to offer more questions than answers, so he was setting out to make the most in-depth investigative piece ever done on these killers.
Let's go do a documentary. Why not? It ain't gonna cost that much money. All we gotta do is get to these people, tell these stories, because it is extremely interesting. Could save a few lives. And I mean, what else could...
Welcome, Zelda. It's so good to see you, hon. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great 4th of July. I hope you're healing up good, and thank you for that very much. By the way, thank you to anybody that has donated to the links here. It is so very much appreciated, you guys. I don't expect it from anyone. I'm just grateful to have you in here supporting the channel, but anybody that does donate to support the channel that way, God bless and thank you very much. We do appreciate it. It helps to pay our internet, our StreamYard, and all the bills that go along with this to keep us doing this every day, so thank you.
could you ask for?
But after almost 2 years of working on it, he'd barely scratched the surface of what he originally wanted to do. Everyone he talked with had a different theory as to who was responsible for the killings or why they were doing it, and instead of narrowing down the suspects, the numbers just got bigger. Just like the articles and the news segments that got him interested in the first place. Now there were more questions than ever.
There's no training in how to work these cases. You know, detectives get hundreds of hours on, you know, gunshot wounds, sexual assaults, you know, all sorts of different types of homicides, but there's nothing really out there.
Exactly, Sarah.
If you got here and he was laying in that field, what would you do? Well, they would rope it off, you know, they'd secure the scene, they'd bring in detectives, and X, Y, and Z would happen. But the moment that person's found in the river, it doesn't happen.
It's the white whale of law enforcement. It's the Bigfoot, Loch Ness. It just doesn't exist. As much as you want it to, it doesn't exist.
A guy getting drunk and passing out and falling into the river, it's not that strange.
We want whoever did this to our son to answer what they did. We can't have our son back, but these people need to be found.
I'm so deep in this film at this point, right? Like, even if I wanted to quit, it's impossible. There's too many people, too many uncontrollable variables. That's the problem. Documentary filmmaking, there's too many uncontrollable variables. There's people, there's schedules, there's times, there's locations, there's news stories that develop as you're going through it. There's stories that change, money issues, there's crew problems.
Friday, May 8th, 2013, he was headed to upstate New York to get some more filming done. On Monday, when he didn't show up for work, no one had heard from him. He was reported missing. That following Friday, May 15th, his rental car was found abandoned in Ravenna, New York, on a small dirt patch on the side of Jarvis Road South. Inside his car was all of his filming equipment. He hasn't been seen since.
Congratulations, Groot. 12 months. You've been here for a year. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you for being part of this family. God bless. And I hope you're here for 12 more months and then some. Thank you so much again, and congrats.
Before going into more details about his disappearance, it's important to know the events leading up to it. And you need to have a better understanding about his documentary.
My sister will not lift the bowl.
We grew up in Andover, Massachusetts, which is a suburb north of Boston.
Once again, thank you to anybody that donates anything via the wish list here through Amazon. That's so very much appreciated as well, guys. Thank you, thank you, Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Austin. This is us doing a project in 8th grade.
Good. It's good, okay?
Who could that be? Jeez. Hi, I'm from the nudist colony across the street.
We were always playing with cameras and making up stories on the fly. And we'd shoot them on those old VHS cameras where you had to edit onto the tapes themselves as you were filming. After high school, he went away to Ithaca College and majored in film production. A year later, he moved to New York City, where he ventured out on his own as a freelance videographer and editor. In his spare time, he was writing and making movies.
Welcome, Gigi.
He lived a few blocks south of Ground Zero, so that inspired his first short film about an American-born terrorist. Here he goes to a hardware store and then somehow builds a bomb made out of C4. After that, he made Enter Flavius, the story of a guy who didn't just feel blue on the inside, he was actually blue.
Johnny! Get the fuck out of here!
Years of being tormented finally becomes too much for him, and he just goes on a killing spree.
Recognize how difficult that is on somebody.
Can you again remind me why I agreed to do all this?
His first real attempt at making a movie where he had a crew and an actual budget was his short film Banished. It was a scary ghost story, and the cinematography looked like a real movie. And it paid off because that won a few awards and got some press, and it ultimately led to him being hired to direct and edit his first feature film called Work It Out.
Work It Out, world premiere.
Wait, what are you?
I'm the assistant director.
Who are you?
The director.
Who are you?
The line producer.
Who are
Casting
you?
director.
Oh, cool.
Work It Out, coming to theaters.
Yeah, theater near you.
The plan was to get enough footage about the East Coast killings to be able to make a trailer to shop around and see if he could get funding for a trip to the Midwest to complete the film. Retired Detective James Anderson is a key investigator in the East Coast killings. He's been the driving force behind these cases since 2005 and is the most knowledgeable individual on the topic. He was a decorated former Boston police officer who started his 20-year career with the force in 1984. In 1996, he was promoted to detective. Then, 2 years later, began working homicide. The day after a chiropractic appointment in 2003, where he was receiving treatment for his neck, he had a stroke and was forced into early retirement.
They don't have a champion looking out for them right now. So I feel an obligation to all of the parents and all the relatives of these victims.
Matt Rickett was 21 years old when he disappeared on May 21st, 2005. He was last seen at Rolf's Pub in North Andover, Massachusetts.
That's awesome, Chris. Awesome experiences to have. Zelda, Miss Zelda's been here for 16 months. You guys are killing me with these 18, 19, 20, 24. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you all so very much. Please know that. Every one of you guys, I really do. God bless.
We are we're in Franklin, Massachusetts. We are getting set to do Mrs. Rickett's interview. It's our first interview. She seems like a nice lady. So hopefully it all goes well.
He'd been in the water for 90 days is what their estimate was. And really the only thing I recognized was this tattoo on his leg that he'd gotten when he was senior and graduating from high school.
Thank you for being here, Justice. I
Just
appreciate
about
you.
every sport he's touched, he's been good at, and he really decided late in high school that he was going to focus on the swimming. And you know, he won awards, you know, any competitions, and you know, I think I said before, Merrimack gave him a full scholarship for the swimming.
Matt was at Ralph's Pub here on May Street. His apartment was only a quarter of a mile south from there on 2nd Street. His body was discovered on this inlet of the river, 2 miles from Ralph's. Only a few hundred yards behind the pub is the river, but it's not possible that he fell in there because the water flows in the opposite direction from where his body was found.
So there it is, guys. This is why I'm kind of glad this got brought up, and I am able to do this now, because this is something I'm really, really into, and have really been following deeply on this. So, thank you, Zelda. I don't know who received the. Is it Helen that got the membership? Awesome. That's awesome. Welcome, Helen, to the sauce. I appreciate you very much, and thank you, Miss Zelda, for that so very much. There you go, guys. If he would have fallen into the river, he would have went the other direction, but he was found this way. That makes no sense at all. So that there it is. You know what I mean? There's one of the main things, and that has happened in quite a few of these too. It's crazy. Yeah, congrats, Miss Helen. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you very much. Just got an ad for poker. What? That game's still out there? That's crazy. Absolutely, Jaded. Absolutely.
Well, it was a Friday night. We had to Rolf's, which is pretty much our hangout spot. It was about 10 o'clock. So about 11:30 midnight, I look around and I'm searching for Matt, and he's not around. So I'm assuming that he pretty much got a call from a girl on his phone or something, and I left it at that and didn't really think nothing of it.
There had been no talk about, you know, doing something afterwards. There had been no, you know, reason for Matt to do something unusual. And like I said, Matt doesn't drink, but he's from
And you mean at all?
At all. No.
Never,
ever. No.
Matt is known not to drink. Everybody who knows him knows he doesn't drink, doesn't do any drugs.
He only drank Coke, and he always gave me $1 tip, even though he wasn't having anything serious to drink.
In the police report, they say that he had become disoriented due to intoxication and then walked down Main Street almost 4 miles, at which point he attempted to cross the Castillo Railroad Bridge and then accidentally fell in. Because of the extent of decomposition, it was impossible to gather conclusive toxicology reports. So police assume that if he was at the bar, he must have been drinking, and that this played an integral part in causing him to fall into the water.
The police thought that he had fallen from a nearby bridge. Well, actually, it wasn't that nearby. It's 3 miles away from Rolf's. There's a bridge called the Castillo Bridge, 60 foot high. There's no reason to believe that Matt would be on it that night. Not only is there a 60-foot drop, but it's into shallow water and there's a rocky bottom. So at the very bare minimum, we would have expected to see contusions, broken bones, and lacerations to his body, but there's none of that. His shirt was tucked in, and he even had a loose shoe on, which is completely inconsistent with the 60-foot drop from the bridge. There's no way that would stay on his foot.
Hey, buddy.
How's
So
my sound levels? Test. This is test. 1 tube. Fallopian 1 tube. Really not too sure what we're doing out here, to be honest. I'm game for whatever, I suppose, as long as it doesn't involve anything weirdly sexual.
well, I've been doing some work on that smiley killer
film.
Right. Yep.
All right. So that's what we're kind of doing here today. We're doing a little segment on it. Why don't you open up the back for us?
All right. Open the back. There's a torso. It's like extra coolant. It's usually what's in the back of most people's trunks. He's got a leg. It's just a good sort of handhold. Believe it or not, this is not the first time I've done this.
You worked at a store like this?
No, I just had a really creepy uncle.
Okay. We are going to be doing a...
Yeah, he said a 60-foot drop. Yes. Absolutely, Widow. And I did receive your emails that you guys sent me, and B, I will look at those for sure. And Widow, thank you as well.
Experiment where we actually are dropping Chester from about a 60-foot bridge.
Really?
Yes.
Shit.
Yes. So we're going to drop him, and we're testing 3 things, okay? The 3 things are, 1, his loose shoe.
Okay.
Does it actually come off after he falls?
All right.
2, his shirt will be tucked in. Does his shirt come untucked?
All right.
And 3, will he get any markings on his body?
Mm-hmm. You know, he's clean. No bangs, no cracks, no dents, nothing like that. You can see that the ropes are hanging pretty loose in the front here, and they're not affecting the ability for the shirt to come untucked. He's got a loose shoe already. His shoe's nice and loose on this one. It's not tied. If you told me I wouldn't get a bruise jumping off this bridge, I'd do it right now, but I find that very hard to believe. So I expect this beautiful man to be a little less beautiful after the first few tries. So, all right, Chester. I feel sorry for your mom.
Yes, well, I got an email. The last email I got from you was May 3rd, brother. Unless I missed something and you put it under a different name or something, but that's the one I do see.
Oh, he lost both arms. They're floating downstream. Oh, yeah, dead kid.
Oh, fuck. Oh, we should have planned on that shit.
So this is a little surprising here. So shoe's still on. No, didn't come off. Feels about the same. Believe it or not, shirt looks like it's still tucked in too.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, he basically shattered his hip. That would be a pretty bad thing for
Dude, his whole torso fucking spun around.
this crack right here. Remember I said he's a little dirt smudge, but he definitely didn't have that chip right there. Right here, you can see these abrasions.
Oh, he does have that D-Wade fade.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, those were already there. His hairdresser gave him those.
Oh. Son of a bitch.
Yeah. That's how you retrieve a body, motherfucker. And this is the non-loose shoe. Yeah. Okay, so that would be like foot off completely. Well, our conclusion was definitely that after doing the test and dropping the body from that high up, the one thing that definitely stuck out was that if you fell from that high up, then you would have some serious visible bodily injury done to you. Definitely a lot of bruising, a lot of bleeding, a lot of broken bones. It's not very deep here. It's mostly rocks. I don't think that small amount of water is going to break the fall at all. I was a little shocked that the shoe didn't come off, but kind of just depends on the way you land. But I don't think there's any way you can land without really messing up your body and getting pretty bloody doing it. So something's definitely going on here.
No, obviously, you're Widow right. The arms aren't going to detach, nor the legs would. If you come into the, I mean, people go in the water all the time. It could break some bones depending on how deep the water is and what the surface down there is about. Very, very possibly. But that other stuff, it's because it's a mannequin. You know what I mean? The force of it, very possibly, rupture something inside from the force. Broken limbs, neck, things like that, possibly. So, yeah. Now, if those rocks are there, good Lord, yes. Like, all sorts of things could happen at that point. So, yeah.
Based on the amount of decomposition from the coroner's report, it says that Matt had been deceased for approximately 70 days, but he was missing for 94. So where was he for those 24 days? He must have been alive, but neither the coroner or the police address any of this in their reports. To this day, no witnesses had ever come forward saying that they saw him walking down that 4-mile stretch of road. Detective Anderson believes that he was drugged, abducted, and held against his will for the 24 unaccounted days before finally succumbing to the water torture they forced on him. Detective Anderson believes that he was picked up by the killers outside of the bar. It's there that they begin the torture. Pouring water into his mouth and nose to the point of unconsciousness, only to revive him so they can do it over and over and over again. The killers then dumped his body into the river near the Castillo Bridge, where they left their signature. Why would they do this? Why do any killers do what they do?
Could it be that in the mind of a serial killer, they are completely aware of the sort of celebrity status that they will gain? And could that be a motivational factor for what they do?
I think for some of them, it definitely is. For example, Dennis Rader, who is known as Bind, Torture, Kill, BTK, he loved the cat and mouse, the chase between himself and the police, and he would write letters deliberately to law enforcement as well as the news media. David Berkowitz, son of Sam, did the same thing. So some of them are absolutely aware of the attention, and they thrive on the attention.
Serial killers like Son of Sam and Jack the Ripper needed to declare themselves to the police. They needed to declare themselves to the media as it existed at the time.
Why?
Because that is an expression of their power. It's an expression of their celebrity status. It gives their name and their calling and their self-definition, and it throws it in everyone else's face. And they are proud of the fact that they can elude authority. This is a way of taunting authority, saying, look, I can get away with this, you can't stop me.
I am BTK. And I'm the guy they're after, 100%.
They become these almost morbid rock star personalities in society. And that has to do with society's fascination. And then, of course, it's fueled by the media.
So it's about it. How you are? How do your heart? Yeah, that's what I sing. I sing, just however I feel.
And I think it has something to do with the dark nature that exists in each one of us. We're intrigued by just how evil can a human be. How evil can a human being become and still be a human? And what's that dividing point between human and monster? Well, I think you can argue that Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy is a pretty good dividing point between human and monster.
The only motive that there ever was to completely control a person that I found physically attractive, and keep them with me as long as possible, even if it meant just keeping a part of them.
That there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence.
It may very well be that the internet has opened up a dynamic that could never have existed before among serial killers. These people might never have committed murder alone, but somehow they found each other. And look at the smiley face. What is it? It's an emoticon. It's the most common emoticon that people use to communicate over the internet.
Even when you type an email message to your friend and you have something happy you want to add at the end, just icon the happy face.
In theory, a gang like the Happy Face Murderers could exist. If you get a group of like-minded people together that can all agree on how things can be done, it's absolutely possible for this to happen.
That's why I was so intrigued by this and why I'm kind of obsessed with it. Thank you, Butterfly. Can you imagine a group of people that have the same thought process going on? 5, 6 people, maybe. Can you imagine that? That blows my mind, you guys. There's a possible group of 5, 6, maybe more, trolling around the United States, thinking up these schemes and doing this on a regular basis. That is insane to me to think about. I got you, Runaway Train. Thank you. Or Runaway Truth. Sorry about that. And Butterfly, thank you. I will definitely pull that up.
Derek Hollister was 22 years old when he disappeared. A student at New Hampshire College of Business in Manchester. He was walking home from a house party.
Derek Hollister was found.
A month later, his body was found in the Merrimack River, 35 miles north of where Matt Rickett was discovered, and less than a year later. Before this, there hadn't been a single drowning in that river in over 8 years. Carrie Lucier was a fellow student, and the last person to see him alive. She's the only person in any of the East Coast murders who has seen the potential suspects. That night, Carrie was walking back from her friend's house on Martins Ferry Road around 11:30 at night. Derek was in front of her when a car approached. They pulled up next to Derek, and the occupants appeared to be trying to get his attention, and he leaned in to talk. As she got closer to them, she could see inside the car. The man driving was a Caucasian in his 50s with dark hair. In the back was a younger Caucasian woman in her early 20s with dark hair. Because they were talking to Derek, it was hard to see their faces, but Carrie says Derek got in the car and drove off with them. He was found a month later, less than a quarter of a mile from where he was last seen. The Manchester police report states that it was an accidental drowning for 2 reasons. One, there was no outward signs of trauma, and the other because his blood alcohol content was above the legal limit. The legal limit in New Hampshire is 0.08. His blood alcohol content was 0.12. For Derek, that is the equivalent of having just 4 beers. Official cause of death, asphyxiation due to water inhalation. Derek's father, Richard, who knew nothing of the smiley face killer's theory at the time, wasn't satisfied by the police investigation. There were several red flags he saw that Detective Anderson agreed didn't add up.
I'm going to take a lifeguard style buoy and I'm going to toss it gently into the water just upstream of where they found my son's body. What I intend to test here is whether or not the buoy would wind up floating over.
This is actually very interesting right here, you guys. This kind of poofed me for a minute.
Here, or whether it's more likely to wind up across the river as a result of the current. So what we're doing over here basically is a flow test of the current. I'm going to toss it right into the middle here. Here it goes. Now it's sitting pretty much in the center of the river. We want to see where it winds up. All right, here we go. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. It's gently flowing down the river here, tending to, looks like it's heading a little towards the other side, certainly not coming this way. The buoy floated downstream, progressively closer and closer to the opposite bank, and wound up right there.
So the point that he's trying to make, you guys, is that he doesn't believe his son flowed downriver because of where he ended up at. As they showed you, he ended up by the bank there. He believes that his son was dumped there after a certain period of time. He doesn't believe that the river flowed him into that spot there and he got stuck. Which I see what he's saying. I mean, I guess the difference is in the river at any given time. If this river stays like this, okay. But if it changes up, if the flow gets faster, you know, depending on weather, whatever, it could change things in my opinion. But I see what he's doing and I see what he's saying. And he gave the same video to the police too. So, and you know what it is, Alicia? It's sad to see these families having to do these types of things in these cases to get any kind of results. It's very sad. It really is. These are the things that law enforcement should do. And I hate to say this because I support law enforcement full-heartedly, guys. But I got to say, I think law enforcement in some senses with these cases, because they're so overwhelmed in a lot of ways, they do the very what they need to do, and then they move on. They don't go in depth as much as they maybe should, maybe. You know what I mean? And they just get their answer. Okay, here it is. We're on the way. That's what I'm saying. So just saying.
This is an actual photo taken by police of Derek's body when it was found. Not only would he need to flow in an unnatural direction, but he would have had to flow over this log and somehow get his feet outside of the water. And a key piece of information ignored by authorities is that in the month that Derek was missing, the water levels never fluctuated.
When you just go.
And there's the answer. And if you look real quick, see this tree here? Over here, there's more pieces of it. So how did he get over that in here if the water level never changed? I don't believe he flowed. I think he was dropped. That's my opinion.
Water. And a key piece of information ignored by authorities is that in the month that Derek was missing, the water levels never fluctuated.
When you just go limp in the water, your head goes down and it rotates the body. And often they come up like they're almost holding a tray. And then as they come up, the head and the limbs hang down and they look like a jellyfish hanging upside down. So it's, to me, unless they're really obese, if they're face up on the surface, there's a good chance that they were dumped. They were put in the water already and, decomposing, already gassing up.
About 50 feet from where we found Derek Hollister's body, there was.
And that's what I'm saying, Captain. That's the problem. It seems like there's not a quick conclusion. If there's not a quick conclusion, they just move on. Because they have so much. They're overwhelmed. And I get that, you guys. I get that. But that is not enough for these victims' families. And you're not truly solving, in my opinion, you're possibly not truly solving the real crime. And this continuously happens. That's what this case is so aggravating to me about, okay? It just, these things, just saying.
A red smiley face painted on a tree, just out in the middle of nowhere. It's not like there's any other graffiti around there. So that was a huge red flag. There's no reason why anybody painting anything, let alone a red smiley faces out there in the woods.
So check it out. This is outside my apartment. What is going on? It very much so looks like a movie. Look at all that dolly track. You got all the crew here, about 75 people. People on the roof, people here. You got crane.
I'm so glad to hear that, Quinny. You guys, and I'm so sorry for your loss. My deepest condolences. But the family of these victims deserve absolutely the absolute best, all the real truth and every answer you can get. You do absolutely deserve that. So I'm so sorry that happened, but I'm glad that you got what you deserved for that.
Look at this. See it reflecting off of the building behind us? Yeah, nice little ambiance going on. You can see that, I don't know if you can make out Christian Bale or anything, but they're probably out there. So the question is, right? This epic Hollywood film is going on next door, and I'm aware of them. But are they aware of this film going on? Oh,
that's a good question, Widow. I'd like to know the answer. They don't give those details in here, but about that one. But that is a great question with this. It really is. Welcome back, Jaded. You're okay. Agreed, Quinny. It's any family that goes through any of this stuff. It's an absolute travesty if they don't get all the answers they deserve and the real truth about this to bring true justice to the victims. That's fact, folks.
oh my God. Oh my God. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Hollywood and independent film clashing at its finest. Is that a sweatshirt used as a backdrop for some photos? Hey, Batman, we'll see you in the movie theater and make the best man win.
Because of Andrew's work, he got to see firsthand how his clients made videos to promote their products and leverage social media to get people talking about their services. Even though he wasn't really into Facebooking or tweeting, he felt it would be in the best interest of the film to make the videos, to put on his website, and to show people the making of while he was actually making the film in real time. Essentially the trials and tribulations of independent filmmaking, as well as any research and information that he found. This way, he could get people interested, so when it was finished, he'd already have an established audience. Then, he could use that to his advantage when showing potential distribution companies and have a better chance of selling it.
Thank you, Cal. Appreciate that very much. I hope you guys are enjoying this to an extent.
I
mean,
am
it's
here
not-
in Williamstown, Massachusetts.
I don't mean enjoying it in that sense, but getting something out of it, positive, and that's what I mean. So I hope you are.
That's very interesting.
Right behind me is where Sam Jacobs' body was found.
I'm sorry, Mom. What'd you say?
It's very interesting. I've never seen this.
Yeah, it's very, very good. It just won awards and everything, but it tells a very clear cut and interesting story to this, and I love this one. So good, Lala. I hope so.
Churning in that small waterfall over there.
Absolutely, Quinny.
We're basically in the back of an industrial park, and there's railroad tracks, and obviously where Sam was found. The basic story is Sam had gone missing from Williams College, and he wasn't found for a month later. Authorities are basically saying he was dead for the month, but from what we've been told is that his body didn't look like it had been dead for more than a week tops.
And see, that's what interested me about this. I think it was Williamstown, Andy. There's a few of these, okay? Like this one, the one we heard before, the 24 days, this and that, as if they're taking these people, holding them, maybe trying to get some more money out of them or something like that somehow. And then at some point, or torturing them. Maybe they're just getting some kind of sick, twisted joy out of this or something. And then they release them. Or not release them, but put them where they put them, okay, for lack of better terms. But that's happened in a few of these guys, and you gotta wonder. And I hope to God it's not torture that it is, but they're holding them for some reason, it seems, and they're not getting what they want. So at some point, either that or somebody maybe is getting close to them, and they get rid of the body. It's very scary and very creepy, in my opinion.
Big difference there between a week and a month of what happens to a dead body.
Sam Jacobs, a student at Williams College, was 24 years old when his body was found churning in an eddy on the Hoosick River in Williamstown, Massachusetts. He was last seen leaving his anthropology class at 5 p.m. by fellow students.
I like to get out to the Berkshires at least once a year. I usually go to North Adams. I know the place very well, the woods especially well. So that time I decided I'd go someplace I'd not been before. So I headed out to Williamstown, which is a bit farther down the road. I found a place for the truck and stashed it, grabbed my gear, and headed off into the woods. I just started walking, and I've been walking about a half an hour, and then I saw a bridge, a railroad bridge, and I thought, let's cross that, get up on top of that, give me a good view of everything around it. As I started to cross it, I looked down at the water, and I saw Sam. Of course, I didn't know it was Sam, and I didn't know if this person was alive. So I ran down to as close as I could get, but he was out a little ways. There was a ledge or an outcropping or something there. So as the water came over, it formed an eddy, and his body was caught in it. It was just tumbling over and over again. So it was then I realized whoever it is dead.
My name is Jen Mackey, and I'm a freelance writer, blogger. I do health and wellness articles for various publications and events. I happened to be watching the news one night back in 2008, and that's the interview I saw with Detective Anderson, where they were interviewing about one of the murders through the smiley face killers. And then that same week, I saw an article in the newspaper. There happened to be a photograph in which I was taking a look at it, and there happened to be a smiley face, but there was no mention that they were linked in the article. And I'm like, this looks similar to what I heard about the other night on the news. I reached out to the police department and told them what I had seen in the newspaper, and asked if I could come in and talk to them about it. And they did set up a meeting. And then about an hour before the meeting, they actually called and canceled. And they said they weren't going to consider any new theories or anything, only new evidence. And I didn't really have evidence in their eyes, and they canceled. I actually reached out to Detective Anderson myself, and we met up to talk about what I had found. We decided to take a closer look at Sam Jacobs. He was an identical profile of other people who had been murdered by the smiley face killers. White male in his 20s, athletic, had an active social life, close to his family. There had to be more. If there was this, what about some of these other things that were similar but just hadn't had the smiley face, or maybe nobody noticed them? And so Detective Anderson and I looked at that possibility.
There's been a delay between the time when these young men go missing and when they're recovered, from several days in some cases to several weeks in others. And that tends to suggest that somebody is keeping them locked up for a period of time.
As it turns out, there is some new evidence that I've come across that I think is going to influence this investigation. And right now, I'm still trying to finish up some negotiations between myself and a couple of the better-known news organizations, like 2020 type things and all. But so I need to follow up on that first.
Sure.
But I do like this idea that you brought up. And how about this? How about you call me in a couple months? Just that'll give me some time to finish up this and all, and then we could start with it at that time. How about that?
Yeah, definitely.
Originally, I thought it was a gay male thing because I was finding all these gay male sites, but it's not. It's everything. So they'll put ads on, so this guy will tell you what he likes, and then you can hook up with him. So he would be into what's called aquatic erotic asphyxia.
Mm-hmm.
They get sexual gratification from breath holding, just like people choke themselves, and so he would find.
For those of you guys, and I know you don't know this, that's why I'm saying this. The guy that was speaking was the detective. He had a stroke. That's why his speech is so slow, because he had to relearn how to talk. So, and I know nobody knew that, so don't feel bad, but that's why he talks so slow. I am going to show you, thank you to Mom and a couple other people, the other young man that was missing and was found in Ladyburg. It gives me chills when I look at who he was in his stature and everything, guys. It's crazy to me.
Somebody who it's like matching up a sadist and a masochist. These people get off on they have foot fetishes, but they got to be wrinkled feet, from being in water.
I mean, I would like to paint a picture of kind of like who would be doing this or kind of why. I mean, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, there's definitely a whole bunch.
It's okay, Mittens. Like I said, you guys didn't know. I would have said the same thing if I didn't know, so don't worry about it. You guys are okay. And Andy, that's absolutely right.
Bunch of different theories out there. I think it's possible that it has to do with something, and I call it aquatic sexual sadism, and I called it that so I could call people asses, because that's what they are. So this is a group of people that get turned.
What'd you say, Cliff?
What? She talks so fast to me.
Hold on. Make sure it's playing on normal speed. Yeah, it is. Okay.
How about this? How
How about you call me in a couple of months? Just that'll give me some time to finish up this and all, and then we could start with it at that time. How about that?
Yeah, definitely.
Originally, I thought it was a gay male thing because I was finding all these gay male sites, but it's not. It's everything. So they'll put ads on, you know, so this guy will tell you what he likes, and then you can hook up with him. So he would be into what's called aquatic erotic asphyxia. You know,
Aquatic erotic asphyxia, which erotic asphyxia, Jesus.
Yeah,
Asphyxia, you know what I'm trying to say, is a thing. You've seen that before. I never heard of aquatic erotic asphyxia.
I haven't either.
That's weird, but okay.
But I didn't think that's what she said the second time. She calls it something else.
She might have said, I think she said something else too. Hold on.
they get sexual gratification from breath holding, just like, you know, people choke themselves. And so he would find somebody who, it's like matching up a sadist and a masochist. These people get off on they have foot fetishes, but they gotta be wrinkled feet, you know, from being in water.
I mean, I would like to paint a picture of kind of like who would be doing this or kind of why. I mean, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, there's definitely a whole bunch of different theories out there. I think it's possible that it has to do with something, and I call it aquatic sexual sadism. I called it.
Oh, okay, I got her.
Aquatic sexual sadism. They didn't spell it right in the words, but yeah, okay. Again,
so it's
this
holding their breath.
Holding them underwater, and yeah, cutting off their air supply, I guess.
Oh, I thought she just said them holding their breath underwater, but I don't know. I'm okay.
Maybe. I don't. It's weird either way. I've never heard of this before.
Me either.
Ever. This is crazy. This part, I don't remember seeing this part in this. I don't know why, but
that so I could call people asses because that's what they are. So this is a group of people that get turned on. They're lust killers, basically. They kill to get sexual gratifications. So, for example, the 4 nurses in Vienna that tortured people by drowning them in hospitals. They originally tried to kill them in other ways. They used insulin injections. They used other ways, but they said it was too quick. With the drowning process, they could extend it to about an hour. What these women would do is hold the nose of the patient and pour water down their throat till they were nearly choked, and then let them breathe and catch their breath and recover, and then they would do it again. So
Almost like waterboarding.
it's very much like waterboarding.
Waterboarding is something very painful that is used to get information from someone. It's there to make them suffer. It's a procedure that someone is usually blindfolded, so they don't know what's going on. As part of my training with other people in the unit I was in, we went through the waterboarding process. And we're told beforehand, resist as much as you can. And I could only do it up until like after the 3rd pour, and I gave them everything that they wanted after that, and so did everyone else. They're putting you on the board, they're leaning you up, your feet are like you're elevated but upside down, and there are people pouring water all over your face. It's getting into your nose, it's getting into your lungs, everything. You just cannot breathe.
Jesus, that gives me anxiety just seeing that and even thinking about it. Good God. Let me run a trigger warning real quick just in case that bothers anybody, guys. Just in case it does. If you need to step out, it's understandable. Some of these things I can cause big time anxiety. So
no matter, you know, how strong-willed someone thinks they are, once it's happening to you, it's a whole new ball game, and you will talk.
There are few things in life that are more panic-inducing than being unable to breathe. If you've ever seen somebody with an asthma attack, you know that they're covered in perspiration, the pulse is racing. So that, I think, gives you a feel for what the psychology of drowning is like.
That is absolutely what I think happened to Hudson Lindau. I have to tell you right now. That
Well,
has been my.
that's what Annie was saying, that he was waterboarded with honey.
I heard that too. They said he drowned in a puddle of water, basically, and I never believed that. So unbelievable. Unbelievable. I agree, Trish. Anything that has to do with breathing, no way. That's my worst nightmare. Okay, be still. Have a good day. Come on back anytime. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Zelda and Mom.
To a degree, part of that panic may make matters worse in the sense that the victim may be gasping for breath and inhaling water and making the physiology and the damage to the lungs and the body worse.
To torture someone with water, you are their savior, because every time you bring them back to life, you are in control of their lives. And I don't think there's anything else, any other form of torture that does that.
That's how I wanna be. I'm free. That's how I wanna be. Living in the U.S. motherfucking A. The motherfucking A. There we go. That's right. Living in the U.S. motherfucking. Woo! Yeah!
Alex Mahoney disappeared in New York City on October 30th, 2009. He was with his best friend Kyle, Kyle's brother Chris, and his girlfriend.
I came to my place about 7, and we were just kind of hanging out. I had a few drinks, and then Chris and his girlfriend came over. So around 9, we went out to the bars. We went to a few places around here, some of our local spots that we like to go to. I know a few of the bartenders. Everything was fine until about 1 o'clock. We decided it was about time to go home, and we couldn't find Alex.
He was looking for Alex, and he couldn't find him. And he texted him and called him, and he didn't get any response.
I tried to call him a few times. Chris called him a few times. He never answered any of the phone calls, never called back.
He's not from New York. It's not like he can get around as easily as someone that was born and bred in New York. So it was just totally out of character for him to just take off out of courtesy. I think we train our son up to be more courteous and polite than to just leave.
We went to a couple of the bars that we were at to try and talk to the bartenders, see, if maybe he had gone back to one of the bars that we were at.
Did they see Alex leave, or did he leave with anyone? But we didn't get anywhere with that.
As I said, it was the night before Halloween. People were dressed up in costumes. And when we talked to people, they all remember the funny costumes people had, but they don't remember anything about Alex.
Welcome back, Crimson. Thanks for joining us. Sorry about all that again, hon. I'm re-looking at the Smiley Face documentary, Molly, because again, they found another body at Lady Bird Lake, and I'm telling you guys, I really think Lady Bird. Why can't I say Lady Bird Lake is possibly related to this scenario type thing. That's why we're looking at it again.
Mason was popular. He was athletic. He was kind. He was involved in high school theater his junior year.
Yes, Meg.
He had the lead role in Grease. He played Danny, John Travolta's character. He was an adventurous kid.
We grew up in the same town, went to school
I have
together.
Crimson.
I think you could say we started dating when we were sophomores in high school. We just got along so well. I could just feel comfortable all the time because he was my best friend.
Absolutely, Meg.
And we'd known each other so long that it was just a fun time all the time. That looks great. You're ready.
Can't West Side no more.
All right. Happy Halloween.
Mystery Elizabeth Smart didn't die.
He met a couple of his friends down at the...
No, Elizabeth Smart's alive and well and doing wonderfully.
Because she said that the restraints on Elizabeth Smart.
She was held for 9 months against her will, and bad things happened, but she is alive and well and doing very well right now.
The local place, The Haunt, and had hung out there most of the night. I couldn't go because I was working.
We never had an issue with his curfew. So we didn't think anything was wrong until the following morning. We discovered that he wasn't home. We had called his friends, asking them if they knew where Mason was. They said that they had seen him at the club, but didn't know what time he had left and just assumed that he had walked home. We called the local police, and they treated it as a missing persons case. And basically, it was just the police following up on what we already knew. They
Interesting,
contacted his
Mrs.
friends.
Mississippi. Thank you for the info.
Otherwise, nothing more was done.
The last time Mason was seen was in a parking garage.
Because of how many bodies have been pulled out of there, Molly, they believe it's a dangerous thing now. So you can't.
There was a witness who had recognized his costume when the police had asked him. And he said that he saw him get into a white van with other people.
Welcome, Renee. Thank you for joining us.
And that was the last time that he was seen.
An attendant at the parking garage remembers seeing Mason with a group of 5 or 6 people, all dressed up in costumes.
I thought they shut it down because of all the problems they've had with the bodies being found. I didn't know about that. Thank you for that. Good to know. Good to know. Absolutely, Renee, and welcome, neighbor. Thanks for that, Brooke. Completely did not know that. That's shame on me. Wow. Good to know. I'm going to have to look that up again.
On February 25th, 2010, Mason's body was discovered. The autopsy report said no visible sign of trauma. Once again, police called it an accidental drowning.
They all say this. They all say no signs of trauma, accidental drowning. I don't understand it. I just don't.
Mason Perkins, who's been missing since last Halloween, has been found. An exhaustive search that's lasted for months by both his family and police authorities came to a very sad ending today as police found his body washed up along the shores of Cayuga Lake. Police believe at this time that there is no indication of foul play and that his death was accidental.
No worries, hon.
In a profound sense, there was a relief because we knew our son didn't just run away. And not knowing is the worst feeling, of not knowing where your child is.
Detective Anderson was looking at the autopsy photos one night and saw something that caught his eye. Something clenched in Mason's right hand. It appeared to be a clump of hair, but the autopsy report only mentions debris and sediment in his hands.
And we brought this information to the local police. And they considered it, but they felt that having a private detective looking into this case was overstepping his bounds. They just shut us out.
A couple months after Alex's body was found, I read an article on Mason Perkins. His story is very similar to Alex's. He was out with friends, having a good time, and then disappeared. And Detective Anderson was very helpful in helping the Perkins family find leads of what happened to their son. I thought, this is exactly what I need, some exposure to find out what really happened to Alex. So I contacted Detective Anderson.
Detective Anderson went to New York City. It's there that he finds something that no one except him would have noticed. Something overlooked by police. Nearby to where Alex's body was pulled was the word Cayuga. To anyone else, this word would mean nothing. But because of Detective Anderson's relentless work, we now know. Once word broke about this, Detective Anderson appeared on numerous news programs, and suddenly, police departments had their backs against the wall. Something he had been trying to do all along. As a result, Mason's case was reopened.
So it wasn't until almost a year of going through red tape that they finally considered what Detective Anderson had found. The fact that Mason had hair in his left hand. And when they analyzed his hair, they discovered that it was Mason's own hair.
In this case, the killers enticed Mason to come with them. They may have drugged him before or during the abduction without him even knowing. At some point when he was incapacitated, they dragged him to the water trail where they pushed him under.
And the theory is that while they were drowning our son, he had reached back to try to take their hand off the back of his head. And in doing so, he grabbed his own hair. And they drowned him.
5 Eyewitness News investigation prompts detectives to go back to the scene.
Because of this evidence, this new evidence, this is the one case that got overturned, and now they consider it an unsolved homicide. And this is a huge victory to at least finally have one identified as a murder.
But the newfound hype was short-lived. The police in New York reopened Alex's case and did find something. The NYPD came forward saying that the detective was lying about the Cayuga paint. They believed Detective Anderson himself was the one to write it.
That wasn't there when we found Alex. It's not in any of the police reports. It's not in any of the photos at the scene. Nowhere.
Anderson had thought he had chosen a spot far enough away from the actual crime scene that it hadn't been photographed by police. But because the contents of Alex's wallet had spread out in the water, they had in fact taken a clear picture of one of his receipts, which also showed the wall where the word Cayuga was supposedly written, and it wasn't there.
How about that, you guys? That's not crazy.
For someone to use my son's death for their own advancing of their career makes me pretty upset.
I don't think he did it throughout the whole thing, the whole time. I would have to say that he did it because he truly believed that these people, this gang of killers, exist. And we have had so much backlash that they don't exist. I think he wanted to make his point that they do. Obviously, everybody thought maybe he's been doing it all along, and it completely discounted the fact that any of the other murders were related. It kind of took a very important link to everything. It made everybody reevaluate the situation, because here we have a detective crossing the line and creating evidence in murders. And then from that point, we never saw Detective Anderson again.
The footage we have been using is courtesy of Jen Mackey. Early on, when she began looking into the murders, she did a thorough interview with Detective Anderson in an attempt to get caught up with the investigation. After meeting with Andrew, she gave him the tapes so he could do the same.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm not too far ahead of where I was the last time we talked. I'm still trying to nail down an agreement with a couple of different news agencies, so I'm still kind of jammed up at the moment.
Trying to get in touch with Detective Anderson on several occasions with no results, Andrew was feeling stuck.
These are all different. You can see broken down by different victims here.
Right.
So they all have their own files.
And then
Some are here, and then
is this the most recent stuff?
Until he found his address in the video from Jen.
You ready for the stakeout or what?
I'm ready. I'm ready. All right. Got my disguise on.
You look like every FBI profile.
Yeah.
Like,
Ready for that and to bomb the fucking Federal Reserve or some shit. Oh, easy pass. Well, that production value would want, you'd probably want me like, here you go. All right, well, everyone's alive, but you know, you don't really choose it when you're a fucking cell or a baby even. Howdy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. She's is your camera all right? Woo. She didn't do her hair. She didn't know we were shooting today, so.
They had trouble getting a hold of him until they found his address in one of the videos from Jen, is what he said. It was on that letter. That's all.
That I should have just given her a bottle of conditioner instead of the $2. Or at least said, here's 5, keep the change and buy yourself a bottle of conditioner. Shittiest, like, bottom shelf, like, I don't care. It could be Perk Plus, Head and Shoulders, whatever. Just something. Run a comb through that thing. Jesus, lady. You know, I really want to know if he gives you the old, get that, and just slams the door like I don't want any visitors, or I'm like, oh no, just a total crotchety recluse, you know? Or if he's, or if at least if you can explain who you are right away, and if you crack that exterior, then he sees like what you're really there for and starts getting excited and opening up. This dude's fucking seriously like,
is that back titties?
Back tats.
Like if I can talk to him man to man or whatever, yeah. I at least have a shot of convincing him. I give it 50-50. He's either gonna tell you to screw. Yeah, he's either gonna be cool or he's gonna be pissed.
Thanks, Wisdom. If anybody wants any True Crime Cafe merchandise, check out that link, guys. There's all sorts of stuff.
So what you been doing? Listening to any good music lately?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, my bad, man. Sorry. I didn't know you were filming. All right. So listen.
They found him because in one of the videos he did, he left a letter he received, and it was in the video, which had his address on it. That's how they found him.
All right. I'm gonna get out of the car, and
Absolutely, Justice, and thank you so much for joining us for it. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for the super chat so very much as well. Okay, so I believe that this guy is either wearing glasses that have a camera on it or has a pen in his pocket or something that has a camera on it. If you look at the camera in the picture, the way it's rolling, I think there's something in it. It's got a hidden camera, in my opinion. So. I think it might be a pen.
Yeah, it's a picture in picture and it's fading back to something. Looks like, doesn't it?
Right. It looks like it might be on his shirt, or maybe it's around his neck or necklace or something. It's
Yeah.
a hidden camera, though.
Hi. How are you?
Hi.
I'm Andy Fitzgerald. I had talked to you on the phone a few times. I'm doing the documentary. I'm sorry to bother you at home.
I don't know how you got my home address, but
I actually from Jen Mackey, she had given me, but I just sorry to bother you. I just wanted to reach out to you face to face, and I just want to let you know that I'm aware you've had media problems and stuff like that. I've been working on this documentary, and it really needs your opinion in it. Everything revolves around you and the great work that you've done. And I would just really like to get you involved, tell your side of the story, and let.
Justice, I'm not 100% sure. I missed pieces and parts of this, but I watched the most part of it, so I couldn't tell you. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
People know I side with you, and the whole every step of the way I could show you what we're doing.
no offense, but I've been down this road so many times, and everybody's given me the same line, and every time my words are totally switched around, and they're putting it out to public like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I really understand.
I'm not
We
in-
could
not
sign
doing it.
an agreement of some sort.
I'm not doing it anymore.
I'm fucking helping this guy get his word out, and he shuts the door on my face like that.
Detective Anderson, through our phone calls and emails, he totally led me on.
Thank you, sir.
Apparently, this is his MO that he
This was released February 12th of 2015.
likes to leave the door open a little bit, kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I guess that's what happened with the big 2020 interviews or whatever he was working on. Whether he wants to be a part of it or not, it doesn't matter. The show goes on. He has nothing to do with the Midwest, and that's a whole other ballgame, but forgetting about that for right now, the reason I'm doing this is to let you guys know that I did talk to a production company, some people that I know, showed them some of the footage, and they seemed very interested. They want to see more. Whether the smiley face killers are real or fake, it's still a great story, and it makes a great documentary. What these people asked me was, what do I think the smiley face killers are? The smiley face killers, in a nutshell, are a sick sex cult that gets their rocks off on drowning young men.
The man at the house was the detective that covered the East Coast. Sorry, guys, the East Coast murders, and said that basically he investigated them, and he thought he knew what it was. And I've heard of this happening when people spend so much time on some of these cases that they want it to go in their direction, and basically he wrote that word on the wall to make it go the direction he thought it should. That's not what you should do. That's not how you solve a case, by cheating. You know what I mean? So, and he did. He had a very defeated sound in his voice, and you got to understand, some of these guys put their whole life into these cases, and when it dead stops like that, they don't know what to do in some senses. What he did was wrong. It is justice. It's by New Dawn. What he did was wrong, and everything they've talked about in here is true as far as the deaths go. I don't know what else they did with it. It's the best documentary I found in regards to how and who passed away and how. So yeah. Right. Well, definitely.
I took Andrew's computer and hard drives with the movie on it. His parents gave me his gear so I could film more if I needed. I had no idea just how much he had actually shot. Hundreds of hours of footage. It took up 16 terabytes of hard drives. He had traveled up and down the East Coast, all sorts of blogs and interviews, and I just started going through it all. And that's really how I learned the true extent of what he was doing and just how in-depth this story was.
They are eventually going to tell the world they exist, because that's the ultimate statement of power.
Once I wrapped my head around all this, I was able to connect the dots.
Thanks, Mississippi.
On his computer were lots of notes on everything he had compiled. Questions, thoughts, video blog folders, music impressions, outlines. It went on and on. One page titled Sick Drowning Fucks had websites listed that were dedicated to underwater sexual fetishes. At the bottom was an email address. I found a list of passwords he had stored on his computer. Andrew's correspondence with this person dated back 3 months before.
Oh, yeah. I know what this is. That's probably why I didn't watch it. The ending is supposedly very graphic and it was staged completely. So yes, the rest of it was all real, but thank you for letting me know, Justice. So be alerted, guys, up front.
Before he had disappeared. They talk about the smiley face killers and the documentary, and Andrew discusses doing an interview. Two weeks before Andrew disappears, he gives his cell phone number to Arthur. The last phone call that Andrew made was to the number of a prepaid cell phone. Presumably, it was Arthur's number. I had Andrew's equipment, and one day I was going through it and I found this.
Boom.
That's pretty awesome. A button, I love it.
So we turn on the A battery, which turns this on, and then look at that.
Whoa, that is really cool.
Dude, I'm filming you, filming me,
Yeah. When we did our stakeout with Detective Anderson, Andrew had the hidden button camera, and it recorded to a remote transmitter. I went through the footage, and what I found was what I believe to be his murder. Because
now, like I said, guys, that's I remember this now. That's why the end of this didn't happen. Okay, it was completely staged, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So they took everything else in here was real, and it was crazy, and it was one of the best documentaries you could find. But at the very end, they staged this whole end piece to make it a movie per se, I guess. So it's up to you guys if you want to watch the whole thing. That's why I stopped watching this. I remember that because I have been warned ahead of time on the first time I watched it, but the rest of it is amazing. That's why I liked it. So, not really, Chris. It was just what happens at the end. So, yeah, if they wouldn't have done that, I agree, Justice. The whole rest of this was amazing, guys. and it was the best thing I found on this thus far. The end of it, though, I do know what you're talking about now. I remember this whole thing. This has been a long time, though. So we don't. It's up to you guys. Okay, just understand it's not real, please. Completely forgot about this whole scenario, but yeah, the rest of this thing, please understand it is the best footage that was put out about this with everything else. So I'll just tell you that the end of it, just know it's not what it is.
Because of the way the entire investigation had been treated up to this point, we decided it needed to be shown. We hope that somebody who sees this may be able to help provide some answers.
Probably hundreds of people, victims' parents, friends, siblings, grandparents, experts on waterboarding, people who have experienced waterboarding, anything that you could potentially contribute. That's what I've been doing, piecing together this documentary. And I feel like some things are answered, but some aren't. And, just the more info I can gather, the better. So anything that you could potentially contribute could be very valuable. And what I found is I never know, where that stuff leads to. You know what I mean? So, how do you feel about potentially being on camera and kind of telling us what you know?
When we talked before, I told you I'm not comfortable being on camera. It's not just for my own safety, but it's for my own for my own family safety as well. But other than that, I will talk to you. I will let you know everything that I've seen and everything that I do know.
And we don't have to, it doesn't have to. It's important, and I think that it'll be very helpful to the documentary as a whole. And what we're making is going to make a difference.
Hard things to talk about, especially because it's hit home, and you hear all these stories about never know what happened to you.
And eventually they're going to push too far.
So I think they're still operating out there.
I think they're still operating. I think there might be new people joining in. I think this stuff that's popping up on the East Coast is, like a whole kind of new, whatever you'd call it, like a faction of the gang. So yeah, I think you'll see more. I don't know when, but you'll see more.
Take care, Quinny. And that was it, you guys. That ending part was just crazy. But the rest of this, they used factual information. They ran through all of it. They showed all the people. It was really good. It's one of the best pieces. If they would have ran this as a standard documentary, it would have been amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That was very interesting.
Yeah. This is the reason why I've been obsessed with this case. Okay. Because it's unsolved completely to this day. Now, something that's even more chilling, in my opinion. I'm going to show you who the newest person is. And Austin Harrison, he was missing since June 3rd. Sorry, last seen in the South Pleasant Valley, Riverside, Lady Bird Lake area. Okay.
This is just asking it to you for our precaution. So if this guy shows up in Lady Bird Lake, then we know. So that way it's documented on the channel that this guy was missing near Lady Bird Lake. He's
33 years old.
For over a month. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Exactly. Hang on a second. I gotta take care of something.
You do
Doodle, I am awake. I made it through the documentary.
You've been super
I am
quiet.
awake.
Okay. And again, guys, this guy, 33, I mean, look at him. He's young. He's a little bit older than a couple, but I think a couple of these people were close to his age as well. But he was in this area. So if we see him come out of this lake here soon, bingo. What's up, Twiz? Oh, I bet there were, Justice. I bet there were. No, we have one more piece of the Brittany story to finish up, Pebbles. One more, and then we're good with it. Yeah, he is actually, Pebbles. Yes.
"33-year-old Austin Harrison was last seen around noon on June 3rd on South Pleasant Valley Road near the Colorado River. His father, speaking to Fox 7 from Colorado, says he had some sort of argument with a roommate.
I think there was some kind of disagreement at his residence. I'm not privy to what the topic was or the subject, but I think it may have, spurred the decision to leave the residence.
Austin lives near South Pleasant Valley Road and Riverside Drive and is known to spend time at Secret Beach along the river. His father says there were a few cell phone interactions the day he left.
Last thing we have was a 1:46 p.m. kind of like a delivery receipt that one of his friends received.
But after that, his phone has been off.
The last ping for his phone was maybe a quarter mile away from that residence, and then that's it.
Not his normal communication pattern.
In other periods of his life, he has been very good about staying connected.
Police describe Austin as 6'6", and he has a few distinctive tattoos, including a sun on his left shoulder and more on his chest and stomach. He was last seen wearing a light red button shirt, maroon shorts, and Birkenstock sandals.
This is not his normal behavior of being completely isolated. He had certain, needs as far as financial that we were supporting. And so to not have those requests coming in, it also indicated that, some big changes happened. And that's a concern.
Family and friends have searched along the river.
It's been very difficult. We are concerned for his well-being. We'd like to know that he's okay.
And are hoping someone knows where he is.
If there's anyone that has information about Austin, we certainly appreciate finding out more about him. And if he's alive, that would be awesome. But just knowing that he's someplace safe would be, a very big.
It says Austin Harrison last seen near Burton Drive and Woodland Avenue or on the trails Monday around 12 p.m. Last seen wearing button-up athletic shorts, Birkenstocks, has tattoos on left side of body, including back shoulder poem. And that's the space there. Sorry. Now, I hate to say this, but if he shows up in Lady Bird Lake, what the hell? That's all I can say is what the hell. That's crazy to me. But good point. and good looking, Mom, because you never know, folks. Especially considering where he was last seen at is around that area. Okay, hold on a minute. Where are we at? One of you guys sent me an email about the newest body that was pulled out of Lady Bird. Christina? It might be it. Christina Garrison, was that you?
It was Butterfly.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute then. Let me double check something. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Sutton.
Kimber. Thank you, Kimber.
You're welcome, Dago.
Kimberfoot.
Kimberfoot.
Okay, hold on, Butterfly. Sorry it took so long to get to it, but I wanted you guys to see as much of that. Oh, wait, same person. Jesus, I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to put that out like that, Butterfly. My apologies. Please accept it. Okay, this is what she sent me here. I did not know. Okay. Too much of this going on, you guys, and it's I don't believe in coincidences and true crime, and it just drives me nuts. It does.
I do grab a coffee. Is this the same guy?
This is the new one. This is about the new person they pulled out of. Lady Bird.
This is the guy they pulled out.
Lady Bird
Okay.
Lake, yeah.
My bad.
Well, she just said, also though, Rainy. Yes, Allison, it is. She just said, where'd it go? Oh, that there's somebody missing from her area as well that goes by the name Austin as well. That's
wow.
That's a little crazy to me. Like I said, if that kid, God forbid, I hope he doesn't. I hope he's found soon, safe, healthy, and alive. But if he comes out of Lady Bird Lake, something's going down, folks. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, it's a Pebbles.
Hey, Pebbles, good to see you. Yeah, it's about time for me to get some more coffee too. I don't quite understand
All right,
this.
guys, we're down here on Rainy Street in Austin, where another body has been found. I'm working my way over to the area now. It's crazy with another body out here. I got good power there. Good. I'm going to have to do this in a couple of different lives. So what's the latest? Not much, yeah. Are they're down that way?
Yeah. I try to get anything out of them before. I do know they have an identification, but no mail. They would tell me no. Yeah. But briefing in like 15 minutes. So.
Where's the briefing here?
Literally like right here.
Yeah. They're not saying if it's male or female yet. They're down here towards the water, so it's definitely in the water.
I didn't get to see Kimber. I'm sorry. I was looking at this.
Hang on, Dago.
We got so Ford just told me that they do have an identification apparently.
He's adorable.
That's crazy.
Too cute.
She's going after the cat now.
Text or an email, please.
I don't know where you're at specifically.
So yeah, they are down at the water.
Thanks, butter.
Down the trail here. His body was for sure in the water.
Are you familiar with this area, Brooke?
Can't really see much down there. I mean, the trail turns, so you can't really see a whole lot, you know. Let's see if I can find a.
What are your thoughts on this, Brooke? Nice police car.
I was saying the same thing, Dago.
What, the cruiser? That's sneaky. Like, you can sneak up on somebody, they ain't gonna know you're coming.
On what? What y'all looking at? What y'all talking about?
That police car right there, that's the cruiser. And you can't tell. That thing comes up on you, you're done.
Oh, wow.
The lights
Oh,
on
yeah,
the...
they'd be up all over you because you just think that was a normal car with some tinted windows.
Uh-huh.
They'd be like, hello.
A nice cruiser, shit.
We're out here at 50.
And I'd be like, well, shit.
Another body.
You got me.
And
A lot of homeless near there, too. You think it might have something to do with the homeless, maybe?
Press briefing right now, actually. Are we still live on here, guys?
It's a thing. It's been a thing for sure, Justice, for real. Exactly. That's exactly it right there, Brooke. That's what the theory I saw too. Well, there's been a lot more than two, Mrs. Mississippi.
Should have brought my.
Thank you for your input,
Okay,
Brooke.
perfect. Thanks, guys. Lake down here, so.
Whenever y'all are ready, y'all just let me know, and then someone can just click start live or whatever it says on there, and when it starts.
Hey, Dago.
Everybody ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready?
Look at what Brooke just typed in chat.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Officer.
Will do. I didn't know there was one, but I will now.
After that, she's talking about there's a group of locals that think it might be women driving in at bars.
I saw that too.
On July 5th at approximately 5:30 p.m., officers responded to the Waller Beach at Town Lake Metro Park, located near Rainy Street and Cummings Street, in reference to a check welfare urgent call for service, which is a high priority call for service that requires the immediate.
You guys might have to turn this up. I have this blasting and I can't get it any louder. It's probably because of the way it's filmed. Here, let me throw these on and see if this helps. All right.
Immediate police response. This call for service was responded to in a timely manner. Call types advised the complainant located a white male with apparent life-threatening injuries to his body. The Austin Fire Department, Austin Travis County EMS, and the Austin Police Department arrived on scene. And unfortunately, the victim was pronounced deceased at approximately 5:45 p.m. This is not being investigated as a homicide at this time, and all investigative steps being taken are routine measures. At this time, this is being considered an isolated incident, and there's no known threat to the general public. APD patrol officers, APD crime scene, APD victim services, APD homicide, and the Travis County medical examiner are all on scene at this time.
So once again, they're saying this is not being investigated as a homicide. They're going to call it an accident. Once again.
I haven't been to Austin in like 20 years. I'm just going to be honest. Just tell my age here. Is it a touristy area now? You're muted, Dago.
I think anywhere in Texas pretty much is, but I don't know personally. I couldn't tell you. Hey, Cassie and Chelly, I see you, Chelly. This is another body being found in or around Lady Bird Lake. Again.
Okay, there's
So,
10, yes. So
I've
I
never
almost
been to
wonder if it's
Texas.
the same thing. I used to live in Cut and Shoot, which is a town for those of
Am I-
y'all that don't know.
am I supposed to say bless? Am I supposed to say bless you now?
Her?
You just said, what did you just say? It sounded like I have to say God bless you now.
Cut and Shoot. I used to live
Oh.
in Cut and Shoot, Texas.
Okay, it sounded like you said achoo.
No, Cut and Shoot. I used to live in Cut and Shoot, Texas. But anyway. So I almost wonder if this is the same kind of stuff that Nashville pulls. And this is just true crime brain, y'all. This is my own opinion, but I wonder if they it's not a homicide because they don't want to damper their tourist
tourism.
income
Yep.
comes in.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, I think so
tried to get
too.
that.
Nashville pulls out a lot because Nashville's crime has risen so much. And the more the city grows, of course, the more it rises.
Travis County has a lot of this going on, though, guys. It's a lot. And like she said, a lot of it's been overtaken by Californians. So, I mean, I don't know if that means anything, but it's definitely changed the area. Do you know what I mean? And hopefully, maybe they will see. There's a lot of damage done to this body. So, who knows? You know what I mean? I want to see what else he says real quick.
Investigation being investigated by Austin Police Department homicide detectives, and they are still in their preliminary stages of this investigation. If anyone has any relevant information to this investigation, we ask that you contact the homicide tip line at 512-47.
I don't understand that. If it's not being investigated as a homicide, why are they having homicide investigated then? That doesn't make any sense to me. I will, Butterfly. I definitely will.
Why did Nashville have cold case on Riley's?
I get it. I get it. It's very strange. It's very strange.
I'll stop.
3588. Again, that's 512-477-3588. Or you can contact the Austin Police Department Crime Stoppers at 512-472-TIPS.
Go back to my corner over here stirring the pot.
You're fine. I want to hear what you got to say. And I'm going to play this other one, which is the news release on it. So, where's it at? Where is it? Here it is. Wait, is this the one? Is this the one? Hold on. Is it the one, the guy who got away? Is that the one you're talking about, Butterfly, or is there a different one? This tells the story right here. Is that the one you're talking about, Butterfly? The one who got away? KXAN. Okay, hold on. Hold up. How many? I see 3 of them. Okay, so it must be the first one down here then. Hold on a minute, please. Stop it. You're not doing these things for me. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Those are the same one there.
See, right now, downtown Nashville is swimming in a sea of tourists. I promise you, you can't walk down there.
2 of these are identical. Butterfly. Did you send me one too, Molly? No. You did send me an email, though. I got that, Molly. Maybe it's linked to this one then. Okay, let's see here. Oh, here it is. What the hell? Okay. This one's a little bit better, I guess. Thank you, butterfly. Butterfly.
Our premium filtration system provides only the freshest air possible for everyone in your home. Breathe easy with IntelliPure.
On July 5th at approximately 5:30 p.m., officers responded to the Waller.
Do you have the link for that, Brooke, to that Facebook page? I'd love to see that if I can get to it.
Beach at Town Lake Metro Park, located near Rainy Street and Cumming Street, in reference to a check welfare urgent call for service, which is a high priority call for service that requires an immediate police response. This call for service was responded to in a timely manner. Call text advised the complainant located a white male with apparent life-threatening injuries to his body. The Austin Fire Department, Austin Travis County.
Can you send it to my email, Brooke? 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Here, I'll just play this and do that.
County EMS and the Austin Police Department arrived on scene, and unfortunately, the victim was pronounced deceased at approximately 5:45 p.m. This is not being investigated as a homicide at this time, and all investigative steps being taken are routine measures. At this time, this is being considered an isolated incident, and there is no known threat to the general public. APD patrol officers, APD crime scene, APD victim services, APD homicide, and the Travis County Medical Examiner are all on scene at this time. I just want to remind everybody that this is an ongoing investigation being investigated by Austin Police Department homicide detectives, and they are still in their preliminary stages of this investigation. If anyone has any relevant information to this investigation, we ask that you contact the homicide tip line at 512-477-3588. Again, that's 512-477-3588. Or you can contact the Austin Police Department Crime Stoppers at 512-472-TIPS. That's 512-472-8477. Does anybody have any questions at this time?
Also, you said that there was life-threatening injuries
Correct.
to this person, but not being investigated as a homicide. Can you describe what some of those injuries possibly could have been then?
They're just some type of blunt force trauma to the body. I don't really have any specific injuries that I would be able to provide y'all at this time.
But no foul play or anything expected?
No, not at this time.
I know there's some camps along the side of the lake.
So it could be blunt force because he was thrown over a bridge. It could have been that he was beat first and then thrown over. So who knows?
Correct. Right now, we don't have a, or we have a possible identity of the person, but we don't have anything set in stone right this second, so we don't really know exactly where he resides. So I don't really have a specific answer to that question right now. We had people walking down the trail, and they located this person who seemed to have injuries to him. They called 911, and then, like I said, APD, AFD, and EMS arrived on scene, and he unfortunately was pronounced deceased shortly after.
On shore, on the trail?
Correct. He was not in the water. He was on the trail.
Older, younger?
I don't have an age right this second. All I know that it was a white male.
So, because, it's been known for this area and speculations about serial killers. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I spoke to homicide detectives, and there's no serial killer at this time. At least we don't believe there is one.
Now I'm going to show you something else, and you tell me that there's no serial killer. Sorry to say. Thanks, Brooke. I got it. That's awesome. Molly, thank you. I got your. Absolutely. I got your email as well. Thank you, Leslie. I got that as well. And 1 second here. I want you guys to see this. See if I can find it. Not being investigated as a homicide, but being investigated by the homicide detectives. Okay. Tell me something else, fellas. Okay, now. Hold on a minute. Thank you again, Butterfly. Guys, give me 1 second. I gotta slip away for a quick second. I'll be right back.
Is anybody going to sing while Dago's gone?
I mean, you suggested it, so go for it.
Mom sang last time. She did a really good job.
Did I scourge you?
No,
Whatever.
No, not at all.
oddly enough,
Okay.
no.
So the story is called "I Survived the Rainy Street Ripper." Drugged man who plummeted 25 foot off the bridge believes serial killer stalking Austin tried to drown him. 12 bodies have been found in Lady Bird Lake and Colorado River since 2022. Okay, that's 2 years, folks. Police insist there is no serial killer, but the mounting bodies see rumor persists. Jeff Jones survived falling off the bridge near the river and thinks he may have been pushed. Okay. This is him. Let me see if I can make this bigger for you guys. Probably it right there. There he is. Okay, in the hospital. I believe I was a target of serial killer after being drugged and plummeted 25 foot off a bridge. 1 year ago, a young man from Boston got away from what some dubbed the Rainy Street Ripper. Only now he is fit enough to tell his tale. I will yield Defined Coverage by John Krinjak to rely this harrowing events. Austin, Texas, a man is speaking out after he says he was drugged while bar hopping with friends on West 6th Street in downtown Austin. He was found under a bridge with serious injuries, just like the one we just talked about was. Jeff Jones, 38, of Boston, was visiting Austin, and this happens a lot too. These people are visiting this area, okay? A lot of them are. Visiting Austin for a bachelor party in June of 2023, so little over a year ago. They arrived on Thursday, June 22nd, had dinner and headed to some bars on West 6th. I hadn't felt strange at all. I hadn't been drinking heavily, said Jones. The next thing he says he remembers is waking up in the hospital a week later. I had no idea, said Jones. Jones's friend said he disappeared around 1 a.m. after talking to some women at a bar. I don't really know if specifically people had led me away, said Jones. Three hours later.
No.
What's up?
What she said. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay. 3 hours later, he was found in a ravine next to Shoal Creek under the 6th Street Bridge. This area here. Okay. It's a 3 or 4 foot wide old stone bridge. So for me to actually have someone somehow fallen over it would have been almost impossible. I would have been there, have had to have been pushed out or, been climbing on it by myself, said Jones. Whoever found him called 911. He was apparently conscious at the time, but didn't remember a thing. I broke a number of vertebrae, also left my left scapula and 2 ribs, and there was a puncture wound through my elbow, said Jones. Medics rushed Jones to Del Seaton Medical Center, where he tested positive for benzodiazepines. He was drugged, okay, which include the date rape drug Rofinol. There's no reason why I could have had that in my system, said Jones. I was having drinks and very easily could have gotten drugged by someone. He was put into a medically induced coma as he underwent back surgery with doctors implanting metal rods. It's like another one of you, Clue. And then they went into my chest area to remove my spleen and stop some hemorrhaging in my kidneys, liver, and lungs. So quite a mess, said Jones. After initially being revived, he had to have fluid drained from his lungs. Then he spent a month recovering at his sister's house in New Hampshire. Incredibly lucky, said Jones. If I had landed obviously on my head or my neck, I think that I would have been much worse. Looking back, Jones urges people to keep a close eye on their drinks, given recent cases of people being drugged, as well as bodies found in Lady Bird Lake, which police don't believe to be suspicious, but which have left bargoers looking over their shoulders. How can police say that at this point?
That it's not suspicious. How many people have died in that lake? 40 something?
No. That was the smiley face scenario. This is over 12 bodies that they've had.
Okay, so even it's over 12. So how can it not be suspicious?
Agreed.
And this is that you're talking about Lady Bird Lake, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't they shut it down too because it's like super dangerous?
Well, the bacteria levels. I thought it was because it was dangerous for people to go swimming there, but I guess it had something to do with the bacteria levels there, how dangerous they are, which I didn't know about until today. I found out today. So thank you for that again. I just don't know how they can sit and say it's not suspicious. Thank you very much, Butterfly.
Here's my thing though. There's no blunt force trauma other than probably from them hitting the water.
Well, the one from today, the one I just talked about that they just found yesterday or whatever, does have blunt force trauma. So, and if you look, if you're coming off this bridge, there's no water there. I mean, whatever water's there is like a drizzle amount.
Well,
so you're gonna hit them rocks. Now, I don't know if this fills up with more water than this or not, but still.
He would show blunt force trauma from that.
Well, he broke his back, his neck was messed up, and quite a few other things. So, yeah.
Right. So, but
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it could be. What I'm saying is, the one he was seen talking to women, so the woman theory could be very.
I agree.
Well founded.
Well, 100%, especially while they're finding benzos in his system.
And if if he's sitting at a bar, and a woman walks up to him and he's sitting sideways at the bar, a woman could easily have something, and she could whisper in the ear that's towards the bar and put something in his drink easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, women, we are taught, right, to cover your drink. Don't take a drink from someone you don't know.
Yeah.
Watch it, right? Have a girlfriend help you watch it, but they don't
take it with you wherever you go.
Yeah, they don't tell that to young men, which is crazy.
Well, that's what I was saying when you stepped out for a little bit. I was saying that men typically don't believe they'll be drugged. They don't ever worry about it. It's it's not gonna happen to me. Tough guy, this and that and everything else. And most men will leave their beer or whatever, sit on the bar, not thinking about that. You know what I mean? Until recently.
I honestly don't think it's so much as a tough men attitude as it is men don't typically look at women like they are.
Right.
That's not in that way. At least when you're meeting a woman in a bar, that's the last thing you're thinking of is, was she gonna try to kill me, or are we gonna go home, or is this gonna turn into something? You know what I mean? So yeah,
I do. I personally think y'all need to start thinking that more, though, in my opinion. But
I did that years ago because I had a couple cases through EMS that I dealt with like this. So I was like, no, this goes with me where I go, anywhere I go, bathroom or not. It sits right on the urinal. It can sit there while I'm waiting. So
see, that's why I taught my son to always watch his drink, because I'm like, you always watch your drink. I don't care. So he carries it around with him at the club. But he goes.
I believe Rufinol is a pill, but my understanding, Virginia, is that it's very easily dissolvable. Okay, you know what I mean? It's one of those real dense type medications that it's gone.
Well, all you'd have to do is grind it up into a powder and get you
A
one of those
powder. Yeah.
poison rings off a Etsy or something and just click.
They
Mm-hmm.
make
Not that
they
I've
make
thought about doing that. I'm just saying it's
they make all sorts of these things. There's nothing about thinking about it, Clue. They make grinders, they make stamps, they make all sorts of things to make medication now. It's sad, but it's true.
And the whole thing, and my whole thing is they're walking and there doesn't seem to be any like force other than them maybe being pushed into the water, or there's nothing like they've been overtaken.
Right. Shelby, thank you for the super chat. Look at my comment. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I actually saw an ad last night of these things with elastic that you bring to a bar with you, and it has a whole. Oh yeah. The slipcover things that go over top of your drink. Right. I've seen those too. They actually sell those to like for outside, like if you're having a picnic and stuff, you can put it over top of your drinks so like bugs don't get in it and stuff too. So absolutely, yes. Again, thank you for that super chat, Shelby. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't see your comment.
But I mean, it could very well be possible since, they said he was last seen with the woman. I mean, a guy sees a pretty girl, like I said, a young, attractive girl at a bar.
Well, somebody, when we covered this a year ago, somebody brought up in the chat, and I got to wonder if it's a group of women that's doing this possibly. Is there a bartender that's included as well for a payout? Do you know what I'm saying? Or is it just solely these women doing something like this possibly? And that was brought up last time, and I had to wonder. Oh, okay. All right, Clue. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate that. All right, guys. And anyway, let me finish this real quick. Sorry. Amanda says, my 20-year-old son went to Nashville for a concert. He saw some guy put pills in a drink at a table near him that was left alone. The guy came back to his table, and my son told the guy what happened. Good for him. That ain't cool at all. Wow. That's crazy. It's scary. This is why I don't go out anymore. This is why I don't drink anymore. Nope. Because I would be the one to get something happen to. That's just my luck.
The only one that's going to roofie me is myself, and I'm not going to roofie myself.
I am going to watch it, but I'm not going to be able to show it because we get hit for that. So let me read the rest of this to you guys real quick. Looking back, Jones urges people to keep a close eye on their drinks, given recent cases of people being drugged as well as bodies found in Lady Bird Lake, which police don't believe to be suspicious, but which have left bargoers looking over their shoulders. I don't know if it's a serial killer, and I don't know if it's a criminal behavior or people just trying to take advantage of others, said Jones. Nearly a year later, Jones is still doing occupational therapy and will soon get those rods removed. However, he's doing much better and is looking forward to running a 5-mile race this weekend, trying to live life to the fullest now, and just feel really lucky that I have kind of a second shot at things, said Jones. The city of Austin has taken several steps in the last couple of years, like the Safer 6th Street initiative, installing lights and cameras and around Rainy Street, and the SIP Safely program to raise awareness about drink spiking. Despite everything, Jones says he isn't opposed to coming back to Austin. That was update June 27th. They are now installing much needed lighting along the hike and bike trail near Rainy Street, which was not very lit up at all. And there's Nancy. You don't have to go to law school to figure there's something very, very wrong at Lady Bird Lake, Grace says. In the episode's opening of her Austin Serial Killer Fears episode, she even derides the police who refer to the events as unfortunate incidents. Yes, she is a bit over the top, and some of her guests are so-called experts, but not really familiar with the Austin area of the specific cases. But she does have a point. We're not going to watch that right now. But again, this is why I have been following this for so long, because I'm telling you, yeah, I'm going to, Leslie. I'm going to do a late thing tonight, too. So, for sure. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, Mom. I'm sure. So, That wasn't supposed to turn into that today, you guys. We're just doing an open discussion, but I'm glad it did because it's something that I actually did want to revisit. And now there's another body that has been found, and I believe there's an update on this as well, guys. Give me a second here.
I reached out to a creator that had a guy that was investigating it on his panel like a year ago.
Oh yeah.
And hopefully, if he responds to me, yeah, I'll shoot you that guy's information because I don't honestly remember what the guy's name was. If nothing else, when I have some downtime, I'll go back on the channel and see if I can't find it because it was a really good interview.
Absolutely.
That's how I got like interested in it and was like, whoa, something fishy going on.
This is different. Okay. Thank you, Butterfly, again. So this says KXAN reached out to APD's homicide unit, which corrected that the injury was not blunt force trauma related to and appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I don't know about that. Austin police, Austin, Travis County EMS, and the Austin Fire Department responded to the call. Police view this an isolated incident, and there is no known threat to the public. And the investigation of the man's death is ongoing, according to police. So now they're saying that it is a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I don't know, guys. I can't. Like, that's too coincidental for me. I can't accept that at this point. We'll see it with the outcome.
Where it was. Like, was it a Stretch Armstrong's self-inflicted? Because we've seen those.
Me too, Butterfly.
I call bullshit too, guys. I'll be honest with you. If there is a gunshot wound, it was made to look that way, in my opinion. It was made to look like self-inflicted, if that makes any sense, guys. It's a male in the same situational area. I'm just saying, guys, something's wrong with this whole thing. Even Aunt Nancy says it. So what do you think about that? You know what I mean? We're going to talk about this more, guys. That's a good point. Was it even a gunshot wound? That's a good point, Virginia. Are they saying this to get people to stop worrying about this? You know, what's the best way to make people not worry? It was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Meaning he did it to himself. It's an isolated incident. Don't worry about it, guys. Go on with your life. Keep going to our bars. Keep visiting our area. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to happen to you. He did it to himself. That's horrible. I'm sorry. I'm just saying I don't believe that only because of what I've seen over the past year.
And people just yeet themselves into Lady Bird Lake for shits and giggles.
Right. Good point, Jelly. It's a gunshot and nobody saw or heard anything. Come on now. I can't. I can't accept it. I'm sorry. If they show proof somehow down the road, then okay. Then it is what it is. But it's isolated, I think. I'm just saying this is driving me nuts. Absolutely nuts, guys. So thank you guys for joining me today. I'm sorry that this turned into being such a long stream, but it was very interesting. And when you get me started on this topic, you're stuck with me for a while. Just telling you. I cannot not talk about this. What's that?
I appreciate you doing the long streams because we always end up in something interesting. And I always find myself walking away from the stream and like grabbing my phone and Googling like,
No.
Yes, it was very interesting.
Well, I'm glad you guys got some kind of enjoyment from it. You know, not entertainment per se, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
No, Butterfly,
And
it's
the
not your fault.
It makes you think.
100%.
No, Butterfly, it was great because it makes you think.
Yeah.
It makes you think. Could it have been? Because now I'm kind of leaning towards the whole he was seen with a bunch of women. I'm kind of leaning towards women roofied these men.
That
Seriously.
takes me back to the group of women being,
Yes.
you know, the group doing this for the reason. And I told you I found a couple women that were supposedly involved in this group out of the Boston area that were flying back and forth to this, meeting somebody online, meeting them there, You know what I mean? It's crazy, you guys. And if it's a group, I can't imagine a group of people doing this to somebody else. There's so many more.
And
I
it's
want
a,
them all. Any updates you get, Butterfly, absolutely,
and,
please.
and it's a very, I mean, it's very rare for women to be serial killers. It's very rare, but it happens. It's not.
It does happen.
It's not often. It's not often, but it happens.
It's all about money. This is all about money, you guys. If that's what it is, and I think some kind of a sick satisfaction as well, possibly. So, thank you all
Then
so
you have
much
to
for
ask
staying here.
yourself. Sorry, but you have to ask yourself. For women, it's uncommon. We've only had a handful of women that were deemed to
Yeah.
be serial killers, and you have to look at different states. Like different states have different regulations before you have to take so many lives before you're deemed a serial killer. Like here in Florida, I think it's 4. If you take 4 lives, then you're a serial killer. So
Right.
women more prone to just planning better and not getting caught.
Absolutely, they are.
That's why that we don't
Women-
care about as many.
Listen, and people will probably get mad at me for this, but I've always been, this is my stance always. I believe that between men and women, that women are the smarter of the two, the more organized of the two, the more prepared of the two. And we as men would not exist in the fashion that we do without women. Okay. And I have guys that get mad at me for that, but I put women on the highest pedestal I can because of everything they endure in their lives. And the fact that they are 1,001,001% caregivers. They can be the full-fledged breadwinner in the home, and they're still the caregivers, guys. So we would not exist without women, and I am grateful to God for giving us the women that we have in our lives. Okay.
And it's so funny. Look at who watches the most true crime. Look at who are taught from a young age how to get blood stains out of clothes. Which, I mean, that's true. That's true. But I
She's
mean,
absolutely right. She's absolutely
you know,
right.
But see, a woman would plan. She'd be like, "Oh, okay, I've off these 2, so now maybe I need to have a cooling off period so I don't get caught." You see what I'm saying? So you might only
Absolutely.
have 2, and then she might take a cooling off period for a couple of years, and then do a couple of more, but still be and then
I still think this is related to the smiley face scenario somehow. I really, really do. The MO is so on point, you guys, unless it's a copycat situation. That's the only thing I can think of. That's all I'm saying, but I'm not going to let go of it. I definitely think it's a group as well, Andy. And I think this is all premeditated 100% and from the very beginning to the very end, period. So
Public service
all right.
announcement for male and in Austin: do not pick a woman up at a bar.
Don't leave your drink alone either. And don't let her buy you the drink. You buy the drinks for them. That's what
Right.
we do anyway, okay?
Or if she buys you the drink, walk up to the bar with her, get your own drink. If she says she's going to buy you a drink, walk up to the bar with her to get the drink, get the drink from the bartender.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, ladies on the panel, thank you so much for joining me. I don't want you guys to miss out on Mr. Seth Rogers being live. I will be back on here as soon as he's done for my late show. I appreciate you so much. I hope to gosh that you all can rejoin me after the fact. And I will see
Well,
you all
thank you
soon.
for having us up. I always
Thank you
love.
for having us, Digger.
I miss
Thank
you
you.
guys.
Hopefully, absolutely, Mom. Same here. Hopefully Kimber's still awake, and maybe you guys would rejoin me up here after the fact. We'll see what
I
happens, though.
surely
Of
will.
course.
I'm going to
We
lurk in
sure
the
will.
bushes.
If anybody else is not going to be back tonight for me, thank you guys so much for joining me, and I will see you maybe tomorrow night, and if not, Monday for sure. But other than that, I'll be here in a little bit, guys. Much love to everybody. God bless for those of you I won't see, and good night for the rest of you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.